Searching begins, find yourself within. Take up your blade, let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid, make your destiny will find you in me. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
I don't know, Skrewy. What if it is a bad dragon?
Well, then we just gotta fuck it up.
Okay.
Well, hi, welcome to Check Please, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Oh, welcome to Check Please.
I'm your DM Beardy. These are my lovely players. I don't even know what to say.
Hi.
How dare you call me lovely?
My name is Keni, and I play Louie Freeman. He has anger issues, but he's trying to work on it to be better for others.
Hi, I'm Skrewy. I play Stavik. I don't have one for this week.
All right, Grem.
I would agree with that. I'm Grem. I play Valentino, and it is a bad dragon.
My
True.
name is Shane, and I play Xander, who does freaky stuff.
I am Xeno. I play Zu'lin, and I'd say it'd be kind of weird to call it bad when it's been doing such a good job.
That's true.
Accurate. Well, hi. So here we are again. We made it. We're alive. Welcome back to Check Please. And does anybody want to cover what happened last time?
Well, I am going to keep this relatively short in comparison to usual.
All right,
Just
start
because we
from
can go
episode
over
1 then.
the...
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so it was a dark and stormy night.
Ah, thank you.
Well, so last time we started off with, you know, this almost sounds like a previous recap, but Stavik's choices coming back to get him, and then Stavik answering them by being like, "What? You can't catch me." So Don, or previously known as Husa, came up to Stavik and was like, "So Stavik, am I just fundamentally broken and unlovable and disgusting and undesirable because you don't want me and you changed your mind?" And Stavik was like, "No, Husa, that's not the case
That's
whatsoever.
mostly
it's just,
not right.
It's just you don't deserve me." And then Husa was like, "I didn't say that it's not a question of deserving. I want you." And then Stavik was like,
You're
it's
not
just
allowed
very-
to have an opinion. You're a woman.
You deserve better, Husa." And then Husa was like, "I don't know why you hate yourself, but this only makes me want you more. So we'll fix this." And then she goes off to figure out some ways to fix this by carving him like a little trinket to make him feel better about himself and like gain some more self-esteem, because clearly that must be the reason why he does not like her. So at this time, Valentino gives Stavik a little pep talk, and by pep talk, more like a "you need to tell Husa that you have a wife and kid" talk. Husa and Xander have a little chat in which Xander says some stuff and it goes completely over her head, but she's, a naive girl, and she's just, "Oh, sure, whatever you say." We had some conversations. Zu'lin had a little bit of a fun time with Parsnips, who is no longer a cute little mousy ratty and is now a disgusting ooze creature that dissolves its brethren to gain strength and 5% mass, which was honestly very impressive and had to be wrestled back into. Can be, but is not.
I don't know. It seems to be.
Justice for Parsnips is all I'm saying.
I mean, no, don't disagree with that.
Listen, give it a few more experiments, and Parsons will be able to enact justice himself.
I'm hoping that is the case. In any case,
Parsons will join the party.
overnight, Xander asked Husa if she wanted to go on a walk, and then took her on a 30-minute walk away from camp, and showed her a little taste of sunlight, sort of, and then also said, Husa, would you like to be potentially with Stavik's god? Would you like to be different? Is there anything about you that you don't like? And Husa was like, can you make me into someone that Stavik could like? And Xander was like, well, I don't know about that, but I'll give it a shot. And so he unmade Husa and then remade her into a human.
It's a real life miracle.
Yeah, and then Husa was like, this is great. I can be a human so I can be useful to all of you in Stavik, and then later on, Stavik can become a Lentakivi like me, and we can be bonded forever. And Xander was like, great. We'll work on that other part when we get to that part. For now, enjoy being human. So we took her back to camp. At the same time, Bastion decided to show Louie a little bit of a trick, because Louie was like, God, Bastion, you're so boring. Can't you be more interesting? And then Bastion was like, okay. And then he pulled his shadow out of the ground and then did like a little switcheroo with it. It was really cool. And then he was like nearly vomiting on the ground afterwards from the strain of it. So that was pretty cool. In the morning, we made our way back towards Pentris. And on the way there, we found a man who seemed to have been attacked. There was a cart that was destroyed. There were some bodies. He said that there was something in the woods. And Valentino, being so, valiant, so brave, rushed right into the waiting embrace of his little tentacle arms because he was an alchemical freak. That is the scientific term.
It's true.
Accurate.
Yes.
Also a great band name.
Truly. We should start a band in Pentris. Anyways, we were also attacked by a giant wolf that seemed super menacing, and then we immediately slaughtered it, which was pretty fun. We managed to get rid of both of these creatures, extracted some nasty black sap from inside the marrow of this, this wolfy thingy, and we honestly failed at some basic tracking skills. So Husa, who had been renamed by Stavik to Dawn, came and was like, should we follow the trail that they very clearly left, like these massive 15-foot large footprints on the ground leading in that direction? And we were all like, oh yeah. And Husa, now known as Dawn, was very glad to be useful to the party. So Dawn led us towards a farmhouse that seemed to be abandoned, seemed to be in disrepair, and we found bloody trails leading into the basement. So Valentino went ahead, we went into this basement, and we discovered a nasty freak. That is also the scientific name for the creature that we discovered. We forced it to squeeze into a small...
Nasty ass freak is the scientific name.
You're right. I'm sorry. It's very, very rude of me to leave
That's
out the
the Latin
family
name, at least.
in the taxonomy. Exactly. We threw some javelins ineffectively. We swung at it from a lunge stance. We threw some blinding bombs at it. We threw some icicles at it. Bro ran away from it, being like, "Oh my god, I'm so scared! It's a skeleton!" And Xander also switched eyes with it, and then stabbed himself in the eyes to make it
Delicious.
cry or something like that. And that's where we left off in the middle of that
something
fight.
Cry.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot it got so fucking weird.
What are you talking about? It's very normal.
What a fight! What happened to pulling out swords and stabbing each other?
What
Yeah,
a fight.
right?
Mark. All right. Well, that leads us into combat, I believe, Beardy.
Yeah. So you guys got down here, and suddenly there's this really creepy-looking abomination, and I believe that's roughly where we left off.
And we're also
Was,
fighting a
Yep.
monster.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
Maybe.
So let's get back to it. All right, and on its turn, it is going to look down this little thin hallway that it can't quite fit through without squeezing down into a tiny little space. And it was also just hit with a sand bomb, so it's been blinded. So it's actually going to flail around for a bit, and that will be its turn.
Ah, damn it!
that
It ran away.
motherfucker.
Pussy
Round
ass
2
hoe.
begins. Bastion is up. What do we do? Do we go after it? Do we stay here?
It's blinded right
Ran
now,
out here,
right?
So it could chase us, right?
I think.
We do seem to be in quite a good position.
If you feel comfortable attacking it, Bastion, go for it. Otherwise, I'm fine with taking care of this.
All right. And Bastion will delay. Zu'lin.
What size category would you say this creature is?
It was large.
It's large?
Yep.
Alright. Shit. Alright. Zu'lin is going to hold an action, and he is going to ready a bomb to throw if the creature comes into view for him and is close enough for him to throw it at. Otherwise, he's going to... Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's what Zu'lin's going to do.
Cool.
So,
Alrighty. Stavik.
Stavik is going to get out of lunge stance.
Okay.
And I'd like to sneak up to be able to peer around the corners to see how
Yeah,
far
go ahead and give me
away
a
it's
stealth check.
gotten.
Yeah, stealth check
Got
it.
it.
Let's walk forward.
It's not even like ka-tunk, just ka-tunk. It's dry bones and ka-tunk.
Xylophone.
Xylophone sounds.
Wait, so it does sound like a dry bone dying every time he moves?
Yes.
And
Every
you
step
didn't
you
know he
take.
was a skeleton for a
Yeah.
while? Damn.
I just
Well,
had a lot
Stavik-
of bones in my pockets. I don't know what to tell you.
Why are there bones
Stavik,
in your
you-
pockets?
I got bones. in
Where
my
else
pocket.
are you going to put
I know.
chicken wings after you eat them?
What
Yeah,
the
you
fuck
can't
is
just throw them
wrong
out.
with
What if a
you?
dog finds them and eats them and gets sick?
Right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Gotta look out for dogs.
All right.
All right.
What was the
so-
result?
Stavik eating chicken wings.
Well, Stavik, you got a 10 on your stealth, so go ahead.
We'll
Move on
see what
forward.
happens there. Okay, so he's right there.
He is right there, in fact, yeah.
Balls.
He's also
But he's blind.
He's also blind.
He's
yeah.
blind. I don't know why.
Oh,
so
that's
it's not
right.
like he
is
sees
blind.
you. Yeah.
So we are going to. If does going diagonally, do I have to go out and then up?
Because it's a corner, you'll probably have to go out and then up, yeah.
Okay, so we will go out and then up,
Okay,
and we will attack.
There he goes.
Cool.
Goodbye, Stavik.
You just see...
Like the body go
Just a
across the
cascade
room.
of just a
Bones
cascade of
flying.
bones, just disconnected bones, just
Everywhere.
help past the door, and that's all you guys see from the other room.
All right.
Yes, go ahead with your attack. Let's see it.
When that happens,
You
can you
got it.
scream Mein Leben for me?
We'll go full Wolfenstein up in
For
here.
you youngsters out there,
Never say that
Everyone,
again.
they've all played Wolfenstein.
Yeah, everyone knows
Original.
Wolfenstein. Come on.
I'm gonna power tag it.
Okay. Power attack it. Swing away.
Oh, damn.
Ew.
Nat 20! But
Well-
I don't think it confirmed.
Does not confirm, and the damage you rolled is actually minimum. You rolled a 1 on your damage, so
Ooh.
you hit for
Oh.
10.
What's the point?
I mean, still damage is damage.
Damage is damage, and
Rough room.
rough room, rough crowd.
What's
It's
always a
going on
rough
here?
room.
So yeah, so you get in there.
Can I
Stavik,
run-
you
Any chance
ahead.
I could hero point the damage?
I mean, I think wouldn't you rather hero point the confirmation roll?
That is a
Yes.
great point. I would like to hero point the confirmation roll.
Yeah,
especially
go
'cause
ahead.
that Crit damage would be insane.
You are more than welcome to
And-
do so.
All right. So that and 21.
Alrighty. 21 will confirm a critical hit.
Hey!
So that is
Hey.
27 points of damage, and you get a crit card.
Woo!
All right, slashing. Surprise opening. you get a free attack with a -5 penalty.
Ooh.
So go ahead and roll another attack,
yeah.
and where it says attack roll bonus, put -5.
You got it. That is a
That is a what?
That's
not
another
not a
crit.
nat 20, but it is a crit,
It is another
it's a
critical hit. That is correct.
and it does confirm, I believe.
Yeah, 25 will confirm. That is a second critical hit.
What the
So,
Oh my god, guess
so
what
we'll
the
do
card is? Another
we'll
hit.
We'll do the first damage first. So you strike this guy for a big ol' hunk of damage, taking him down to badly injured. And then your free attack from the critical hit is another crit, which is going to do surprisingly poor damage, because I think you turned off
Yes.
power attack for some reason.
Oh,
Which-
I didn't know if I was supposed to turn that on or not.
Yeah, if you're power attacking, you do have to leave that on.
Oh, okay.
All
so
attacks
this
in the
does-
same round have to be power attacks.
Okay, so this won't confirm then.
Let's see here.
This
So-
won't be a critical
Well,
hit.
it would, yeah. I mean, it's only a -2,
would.
so it'd be a 23 to
Oh.
confirm, which would still
Yeah.
hit. So
Oh,
it's still
well,
it's
okay.
still a crit. So go ahead and roll your attack again, because we need some extra
Okay.
damage dice.
Okay.
Or rather, I can just do some math here. It's +4 on each, so it's 8 more damage. So you would have done 15 total. Still pretty bad
Cool.
rolls, honestly, but
Yeah.
that's fine. All right, so your
The
critical
sad
hits him.
part-
You do get another crit card.
If you fucking get another
Yay!
attack,
Roll again.
All right.
Decapitation.
You may push the target 1 square in any direction. Would you like to move the target in any direction or not?
Yes, I would love to shove them back.
You got it. You shove it north. Okay. That is your turn, Stavik. And that takes us on to 1 Louie.
How's it going, Stavik? Are you dead?
He's undead.
I think that's just
Are you dead again? For real
No,
this time?
I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine. If you came through and
Oh, guys, I can't hear
shot
him. I think
some,
he's dead for real.
no, I think if you come through and fire again, I think you could take them down.
Got it. Louie will enter the room, hiding behind Stavik. I mean, standing behind Stavik. And let's see.
Bravely hiding.
Bravely
I mean, standing behind.
standing behind. He's
Indeed.
gonna throw out an ice bolt, see how that goes.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Ice bolts are all the rage.
No, it's barbarians.
That. What? Oh. That's a double nat 20.
That is a
Oh
double 20.
shit!
And do you know what we do with double 20s in this household?
We make
What do
good
we do?
choices.
They are auto crits that auto do max damage. So there you go. So
We've rolled 3 attacks and they've all been crits so far. Am I hearing that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That is correct.
That's insane.
Yes.
Check
Well,
on the
one had to be
bingo.
That is
hero pointed, but yeah.
extremely bad news for the later part of this session.
That fills me with
It's
so
building
much joy.
me
You
up.
have no idea.
It's building me up, that's all.
I'm so fucking scared
So,
now.
what would my max damage be if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, so it would be 16, I believe.
Okay, that's
so
good.
Since you do a D8 plus, sorry, you do a D6 plus 1,
Mhm.
and then point blank on top of that, so a D6 plus 2 total. So that's a max potential 8 damage per attack. Critical double that, 8, 8, 16.
Okay.
So you do 16 points of cold damage to this creature. It is now near death, and you get a crit card,
Okay.
which in this case is going to be knockback. You push the target 1d6 squares away from you.
Okay.
So depending on how far you push it, you could do additional damage to it here.
3.
That is enough to push it into the wall, but not enough to do damage.
Yeah, that's too bad.
All right.
I think I hit it too hard, but it looks like it's almost dead. Maybe.
So Louie, let's that was a beautiful shot. Let's
Okay.
put a little more spice into it. So as you come around the corner, you pull at this energy within you. You conjure what? Tell me how this looks.
So normally, when Louie's doing his ice bolts, it's almost sort of this energy wave that goes down his left arm, and condenses in the palm of his hand, and he sort of whips it out.
Oh. Go on.
Yeah, he whips it out. Anyways, he whips the ice butterfly, not so much overhand, but sort of in that direction where his palm is facing upward when he guides it out, and he's aiming for that muscly tongue thing that's holding on to this skull to really get an inside hit on that.
And remember, right now it's already covered in like the grit from that sand bomb already, like up in the eye sockets of this thing. Well, your ice blast is going to hit it right where it's missing its lower jaw, and it stabs it. The creature's going to stumble backward about 15 feet from the force of the blast, and there's just spurts of this dark oil-like blood coming out of the creature. And anything else from Louie?
Bastion, I think you can kill it really easily, but I don't know if you can reach it from there. I kind of flung it against the wall. Sorry.
All right, well, Bastion's going to head on into the room.
You could take out your bow,
25
maybe?
feet. And he will indeed switch weapons as he moves. So he's going to take a shot. I don't believe he has much in the way of ranged traits, though. Nope, nothing. So he's just going to go ahead and give it a shot. He hits, but his shot is fully absorbed. DR eats every bit of that damage.
Good try,
So
Bastion.
he takes a shot at it. It hits the creature in its thick muscles, but it does no appreciable damage to the creature. Xander, you are up.
Xander is going to withdraw his fingers from his eye sockets and then blink a couple of times. And that'll be my turn.
Holy shit, bro. What the fuck was that? Oh,
Everything all right, Valentino?
We all just do that, right? Just shove our fingers in our eyes. Just one in the middle of a fight.
Well, I was shoving my fingers in his eyes.
Oh yeah, I can see that. My mistake. How could I be confused about that one?
I don't know. How could you?
Evidently, I wasn't.
Good.
What a good conversation.
Good talk, guys. Good talk.
Fantastic. Yeah, fantastic.
All right. Anything from Xander?
He said that's
Nope,
it.
that's it.
Alrighty, that'll take us on then to Requiem and Rhapsody. What are their orders?
To have fun.
Dance party.
Okay. They stand there
Okay.
and do nothing.
Okay. It's not having
That's
fun.
what I do to have fun too.
It's true. Alright, Dawn's gonna move up
What are you doing? Dawn?
30 feet.
Dawn, why are you in here?
She heads into the room and she's going to throw a javelin.
Not near my head.
Can. All right. She throws a javelin with extreme accuracy and skill across the room, and it's going to pop into the other shoulder, striking the opposite shoulder where the arrow just struck it. And a little spurt of black blood's going to come out of it.
Ugh.
Yay!
Valentino, you are up.
All right, I'm also moving inside the room. I'm gonna go ahead of Bro,
Okay.
and I am going to cast a flaming sphere. So,
Okay.
if I place it in the frontmost, this guy's near death.
Yes.
I actually, you know what?
Yeah, he's had the shit kicked out of him this round.
I like
High
to
five,
actually,
Stavik.
3 critical hits.
I'm gonna go for the kill steal potentially
Oh, hold
here
on,
and try a
get that.
magic missile.
Okay. So we'll refund that flaming sphere then.
Yeah, I just took care of it.
Okay.
Wrong button. Here we are.
Alrighty, magic missile.
Oh
Love it.
shit!
What the fuck
That
is
doesn't-
happening?
It doesn't matter this time.
It doesn't
though.
matter. Magic missiles don't crit.
I know,
All right,
but I
I'm
saw
really
that
sad.
20.
I mean, it was the
Yeah.
last of the 3 rolls, so I would have theoretically had to attack 3 times to have gotten that there. But yeah, shit, fuck.
All right, so that is 4 damage, 3 damage, and 2 damage.
Oh my god.
I
It,
thought you
it
said
is
he
still
was near death.
it is still standing with
Piece of shit.
1 hit point.
Oh my god.
You.
And now it's gonna down a player.
If I
Maybe,
had,
we'll
so you're
see.
telling me if I had not rolled a 1 on the damage on that natural 20,
Correct. It
So
would
you're
have been
saying it's that you
staggered.
should hero
Yeah.
point that one.
can I
No.
do that?
No.
I can't hero point the D4.
Nope. You cannot hero point a D4. You can only hero point attack rolls or skill checks, confirmation rolls,
Can
saving
I
throws,
hero
things
point
like
the
that.
whole attack roll?
No, it's not. There's no
There
attack.
is no
roll.
attack roll for magic
I know,
missile.
and there's a bunch of dice there with D20s on there. You tell me I'm going to fucking sheet over?
Yeah, and it's because it's a limitation. I mean, I can explain it. It's a limitation of the Foundry engine. In order to split out the damage so I can apply it to multiple targets, it has to roll it as separate attacks. It's very simple.
Mommy,
Yeah.
Daddy, stop fighting!
Anyway, so it's up and it's going to do its thing. So the creature is going to react rather angrily for being reduced to 1 hit point and is going to rush back to the south here,
Oh no!
making a single slam attack.
Oh.
And that is going to
Yummy.
be a power attack cleave.
Tits.
Hmm.
Tits indeed. All right, first shot.
Well, the two best
it-
ACs in the front.
The 2 best ACs are in the front. The first shot is going to be against Stavik. Stavik, this shot is against AC 27. I believe that, in fact, hits you on the dot.
It
I
does.
want to confirm that it has had its attack roll dropped by 2 from my curse
Oh, from your curse. Yes,
for 3
it
rounds.
does have the curse
Okay,
effect on
okay.
it.
Good.
Yeah.
So close.
So, yeah, it's got actually multiple penalties on it right now. All right, cool. So that is a 27 on the dot. You'll be happy to know that the second shot from the cleave did miss. So,
Good.
Valentino is safe. But Stavik, you get smacked for 25 damage. So it rushes in and delivers a heavy, meaty blow with this giant ham hock of an arm that it has. And it tries to smash through you and hit Valentino. However, Valentino is significantly shorter than Stavik, and the blow just goes right over top of Valentino's head.
Oh, shit.
Haha, missed.
And that is going to be its turn. Zu'lin, round 3 begins.
Alrighty.
Get him, Zuzu.
Zu'lin's going to run up to next to Louie.
Mhm.
Am I able to throw from around this corner?
Absolutely.
Kobe.
100%. Yeah, you can if you can see the target, you can shoot at it.
Alrighty,
You should be able to see the bottom right corner of him there.
that I can. Alright, so we're going to use a bomb.
Alrighty.
It's going to be a 13.
13 touch. Well, guess what? This guy is big and slow. So 13 hits.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you want to put some spice in those dice?
Yeah, so what happens is Zu'lin is going to run up. He's shaking up this potion and puts a single rock inside of it, which will start this reaction. He'll put his hand on Stavik and attempt to push him down slightly, and suddenly a geyser of fire will burst out in its reaction, basically incinerating this almost like napalm-esque spew.
Beautiful. You hit it with a spew of flaming foam. The creature takes 18 points of fire damage and is consumed by it. Combat ends.
Whew.
All right, well done.
Zu'lin will brush himself off.
The fuck is that thing?
That's some form of experiment, clearly. Zu'lin will walk in. Does he see anything on these desks or anything as he's walking through?
Yeah, there does appear to be some stuff on the desks. There's scrolls and papers and various other objects. The spew from the flames are actually spreading a bit.
All right, Zu'lin will start putting stuff out. That he
I'm gonna
can.
create water.
Valentino, you find yourself standing amidst a flame. It tickles. So what I will do is, you said you're going to try to put it out.
Yes.
Okay. How about do you want to do
Oh.
that?
Well, Xander said he was creating flame for one, or creating water
water.
for one thing.
Pretty water. Okay. So Xander, you begin to create water
Here now.
and say what?
Sorry, no, I'm just doing a real
Yes,
bit.
indeed.
I didn't hear what you said.
In front of everyone?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
It's been a hot minute since that joke's been brought up, so it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's an older joke, sir, but it checks out.
well, Xander, you begin casting Create Water, and Zu'lin, you start to put the fires out. The fire spreads a little bit, and some of the stuff on these workbenches to the west do not seem to play nice with extreme temperatures. So that could potentially be bad. So if you want to try to put that out, I will take a check from you to try and stabilize that reaction. So that's going to be an alchemical test, please.
Uh-huh.
Could I also need assist? Because I like to assist with putting things out, just kind of patting them down.
That is a 27.
It's successful. Valentino, you can assist, of course.
Well, I already
and-
succeeded. I'll just kind of. Yeah.
Already succeeded anyway, so it's fine. But anyway, Zu'lin, you put out those fires, and you managed to stop a reaction on one of those workbenches, and stop the area from cascading into what would have probably been an explosion.
Okay. Once that's settled down, Zoom's going to head back to the paperwork and start rummaging through and seeing
Certainly.
what he can find.
Yeah.
Over here, this is where the
Yep,
paperwork
on
is
those round tables. Yeah.
mostly-
I would also like to search this information, please.
Let's see. They bear delicate instruments and are covered in brittle scrolls and handwritten notes. There are formulae scrawled across parchment in a maddening, cramped script. There are lots of notes there. It will take quite a long time to decipher this in any meaningful extent.
In that case, Zoom will consolidate them.
Okay.
Yeah, Louie will probably put some in his bag as well.
All right. Well, as you are doing that, I'll take a perception check from the party, please.
You got it.
Oh boy.
19 for me.
9.
14.
22 for Stavik.
Very nice.
That's a 24.
Very nice.
Okay.
That was a fantastic shot, Don.
Thank you, Stavik. Well, I'm glad you noticed. I'm a very good shot. She seems to puff up with pride. And as the two of them are talking, the rest of you are kind of looking around or gathering up notes and various things like that. And none of you quite notice until it is too late. And that is that bursting from some of the alchemical containers around the sides of the room is something that at first looks a little bit like melted wax, but then begins to exhibit signs of life. And what those appear to be are rather nasty, like living wax. Let me go ahead and throw you guys into initiative, as
Oh.
a couple of bottles are going to burst around the sides of the room with some, well, alchemical waste, I think is a good way to put it.
That's cool. I'm cool with that. It's cool. Yum.
It's a nat one.
Yeah.
Yeah, yo, can I not roll like shit my initiative?
Oh, shit. Ew. Ew.
Nat 20 on my part.
Oh, it's
Alrighty.
gross.
They are gross. You're correct. Stavik. Combat begins as 4 containers of alchemical waste burst open in this room, spilling out these creatures that look more like melted candle wax than anything else. But they have strange gnashing mouths and little pseudopods for arms and legs. What would you like to do?
Stavik would like to first run over to Louie and wrong button. And as he's running, Louie, do I have your consent to move you?
Why would you move me? Creatures
Points
are
to-
over there.
No, they are not.
Points behind
There's
Louie.
literally... Louie just looks at the darkness next to him. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's literally one at your
There's
diagonal.
one behind
Louie.
you.
Oh, I can't see it. Why do you need to move
Oh.
me? Why not just hit it?
Oh, wait. Lunge dance. Duh. Lunge dance and hit. Forgot
Okay.
forgot that was an option.
You activate lunge stance, and you can take a swing at the alchemical waste.
You just also
Then in
walk
that
next to
case,
it.
duck.
Why would
20
I
foot move speed.
duck? Why can't you move up to creatures like a normal thing?
Why does he have to take lunge stance?
Because he can't reach it otherwise.
10 feet.
Can he move closer?
No. 20,
No,
20
no
foot move
movement.
speed
20
on
feet.
Stavik
Oh.
here.
I didn't know.
He's a heavy armor boy.
Mm-hmm. I only have 20 feet.
I'm 5'5".
that is That is a 12?
Okay, 12 to hit. That is not going to land.
Not even on a flat-footed? Damn. Well, I mean, it doesn't have feet, but not flat-footed. Fuck.
Nope.
Oh, well.
Louie is surprisingly happy to be near this monster.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he can't see it.
it's a big
I mean,
deal.
I think they look hilarious.
They're
I
just
think
mostly
Oh.
gross.
Yep.
That's very accurate to how they sound. Yeah.
I
so-
love them.
After Stavik's turn, the first of these alchemical wastes is up, and what it's going to do is immediately start shooting spittle at the nearest living thing, which in this case is going to be Xander. So it is going to emit a spray of acidic spittle at you. You are, let's see, it says make a touch attack, and it gets an 18 on said touch attack. You need to make a fortitude save against this acidic spittle.
Sorry, that is
Lovely.
So
That's a
it's
15.
Tasmanian devil.
That is a 15. I'm afraid that acidic spittle has gotten into your eyes, Xander.
You mean his
Oh.
eyes? Wait.
And the alchemical
Shit.
waste is going to make a 5-foot step over and
Motherfucker.
attempt to bite. All right. That is going to be a bite, 22 to hit for 3 whole points of damage. So Xander is bit for 3 damage, and the creature is also going to attempt a grapple because it has the grab function. It doesn't succeed at all, not even close. Its CMB is actually like a joke how low it is. Anyway, Louie,
Yeah,
there appears to be a creature right on the other side of you that you can't see in that dark little corner.
gotcha.
Imagine you can smell it though.
Louie is going to move around the tables.
Mhm.
I think that's the correct placement. And he is going to use a flurry of snowballs to his south.
Okay. Flurry of snowballs to your south.
Eh,
And luckily those were both flat-footed enemies you ran past, so neither of those provoke AOs.
does that hit the bottom one? It's really hard for me to tell on the map.
Until you put the template down, I can't see it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that'll hit both.
Okay, cool. So he will angle it so that he's in the direction that Stavik's talking about, but since he doesn't know where it is, he's like, fuck it, I'll just blast him.
Sounds good. Well, they both get reflex saves, and they will both pass. A 17 and a 22.
Well,
on
it
the
would have
rolls.
been 20 cold damage. Unless they
So
maybe
instead-
happen to be extremely weak to cold, perhaps?
They are, interestingly enough, they're not.
Damn it.
So that is going to do 10 points of cold damage to each, which is still enough to bring them both to near death.
Fuck. I think they look weaker. They mostly just look gross. Xander, are you okay?
Xander doesn't respond.
It's about the sound
shit,
they
there's
make for
another
that.
one.
I love it.
Fuck.
All right. Anything else from Louie?
That's all he can do.
All right. That'll take us on to the next alchemical waste. This one is going to, first thing first, it is going to fire a spray of acidic spittle. This one is going to be targeted at either Zu'lin or Valentino. Let's see who's closer. I think they're the same distance. Yeah. So I'll flip a coin.
Goody.
Zu'lin was odd and Valentino was even. I got even. So Valentino, would you please make me a fortitude save?
Fortitude.
As you have just been struck with acidic spittle.
Smooth criminal.
Struck.
Yes, indeed.
That's great. That's a 9.
A 9, you are going to be blinded for a short time. And then for its actual move action, it is just going to slurp forward 10 feet and
Ugh.
end its turn. Zu'lin, you have initiative.
All right. So, quick question: from observing these things, am I able to see? I like to know the physical state of these things. Is their
Sure.
head seem to be a constant, or does it seem completely amorphous?
It's amorphous. All of its various pieces and appendages are more of a jumble than anything else.
like a
so
rave
it's like it's
dancer.
made of like this thick, again, it's almost like a melted candle wax. So it all sort of just moves and oozes around itself, but it doesn't really hold a shape for very long.
Okay, in that case, Zu'lin's kind of like looking around. He's trying to think what he's going to do. And then he just fucking throws a bomb at it.
Okay. Bomb it is.
Hey!
All right. Well, you toss a bomb, gets a 26 to hit, lands beautifully right on the center of this creature, and explodes, destroying the creature immediately
Nice.
upon the blast of the bomb.
Okay.
With that, Zu'lin's going to take a step back, going closer to Valentino and Bastion for relative safety.
Sounds good.
The one south of
I
me
can
are
swing at him.
closely killable, probably, Bastion, if you want to.
All right, that takes us to Bastion, who is going to swap weapons as he moves, and he's going to strike with his +1 rapier to try and hit that guy, and he's going to get a nat 1 on his attack.
Ooh.
Well, he's not going to use one of his hero points, so he's just going to potentially critically fumble.
Yeah, have fun.
He does fumble.
Yep.
Alrighty. He is confused for 1 round.
Hit myself?
All right, that is his turn, and that takes us on to
Oh,
the alchemical waste right
actually-
beside him.
Chat gave Bastion a reroll. Suck on that.
Oh my god.
Suck on that egg.
Suck on that egg indeed. Let me undo that. So not confused. And instead of a nat 1, we will re-roll that +1 rapier. And it is going to be a hit,
Woo.
killing that alchemical waste.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you,
Thank
chat.
you, chat, indeed. All right, Valentino, you are up. You have had acidic spittle sprayed in your eyes. You will be blinded for a short amount of time. There is sadly no real action you can do to fix that. It's just it has a very tiny short duration, but it's not like it's one of those things that can be like cleared with a standard action. It's just
That's
a little bit of a
unfortunate.
vision malady there.
Create water in your eye.
I don't have much
That
I can
could-
do.
Could potentially.
Fireball the
Zu'lin
room?
Burn them all.
In cleansing fire.
So I was wondering, I can't target things if I can't see them at all, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay.
You have to be able to perceive them to target them.
I could target like spaces though, potentially.
If you have like an AoE spell, something like that, yeah.
Right. Well, I am going to try something a little risky then, I think. I'm gonna try
no.
and drop a flaming sphere
Okay.
thing right here.
Yeah, you did recall roughly where everyone was standing before you got blinded, and that target hasn't moved since then, so that is a-okay. All right, we'll go ahead and toss down
You
a
say I
flaming
recall.
sphere.
I mean, of course I did. Yes. Yeah. I remember everything perfectly.
Of course.
All right,
Of
so let me
course.
toss down a flaming sphere. Here we go.
Here's that 3d6 damage. Hopefully that gets it.
Okay, so it does get a reflex save, DC 17. Really? On the dot, 17.
Whore.
How do these things have? Oh no, I mean, I didn't see that. I'm like, take that. I've
So-
got this, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you definitely got him, Val. Are you okay?
Anything else from
Is it
Valentino?
weak to fire?
I'm fine. I'm great.
Your face looks a little.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
It looks great and awesome. I know. Too handsome to be looking at. Probably.
Your mascara looks a little smudged, is all I'm gonna say.
And you have a move action left if you want to take it.
Nope.
Alrighty. That'll push us on then to an alchemical waste. This one is going to fire some acidic spittle at Stavik.
I have a touch of 10, so yeah.
Yeah,
guess I
17 is what
roll
it gets. So, would you mind rolling me a fortitude save, please?
Certainly. 27.
Okay, you are not blinded. It is going to 5-foot step over to the northwest and make a bite attack at you. That is going to miss as well. That is its turn, and
Hurrah!
that takes us on to Dawn. Dawn is going to move over, switching to a Masterwork Bastard Sword. And she'll swing that at the alchemical waste, getting a critical threat that does not confirm. But she does hit it for 4 damage and slays the creature.
Ooh.
She looks at Stavik,
Slay girl.
making sure he's okay, and ends her turn. Xander, you are up, and you can sense one of these creatures is immediately to your east. There's also something very
Xander-
hot there, too.
Xander's gonna cross his arms and just stand there, and that will be his turn.
Okay. Stavik, you're up.
Ugh.
Man, Shane, don't min-max so hard. Jesus. It's just a game, dude.
I know.
I cannot do anything from all the fuck down here.
Throw
That
your
would
fucking
be-
sword.
Throw your fucking
Don't you
sword.
have a fucking bow?
Uh-huh.
That's correct.
He does have a bow.
do.
That is true. He do have a bow.
I do. Yeah. Drop bastard sword, pull composite longbow, and try to aim and fire.
Okay. You drop your sword, pull your bow, aim and fire. Go ahead. Make
Hold on,
your
are you telling
shot,
me-
sir.
You dropped your sacred Owen sword on the ground?
Yes.
You can't win.
Nope.
There's no winning here.
Nope.
Loudly, in fact.
Mhm.
24.
24 is a definite hit, and you rolled minimum damage,
Minimum.
which in this case is actually going to be fully absorbed.
Oh,
These little fuckers seem to not care too much about piercing damage.
Shrug.
That was unfortunate. I tried, Xander.
I hope he's deaf too right now.
There's no response.
Right, alchemical waste is up. It is going to fire some acidic spittle, this time at Louie. Louie, that is a 17 touch. I believe that will hit. Please give me a fortitude save to see if you resist the blind effect.
Fortitude. Yum, yum, yum.
Yum,
Hey,
yum, yum.
Unnatural 20.
You succeed.
nice.
And then it tries to bite Xander and is going to miss. That is its turn. Louie, you're up.
Oh, hell no. Louie is going to turn around from where he just shot the snowballs and use his ice bolts against this gross gabagoose monster with a rapid shot. That's-
gross gabagool.
This is Gabagool up
This is
here.
Gabagool
All right,
up
you,
here.
you get him.
That is
That's
a
a
17 and a
24.
24 touch.
Lovely. Both shots are going to hit. And this is all cold damage, so
Yes.
that is 11 total. And that is enough to stagger this creature.
Fuck!
It is at 0 hit points. You have a 5-foot step left.
Yeah, I'll
Want to do anything?
get closer to Xander. Bastion,
Alrighty.
can you just fucking kill this thing for me, please?
Well, Bastion might, but Zu'lin has a first action.
That's
so.
true.
So Zu'lin is going to walk up in between the two tables and is going to reach into his pouch and throw out a canister of acid at this thing.
Okay.
I think I can use that on here. Do I just do a throwing attack, a ranged attack, or
from
do
your-
I? or do I?
So
just
from
click
your
on acid?
inventory, there should be a use button by the acid flasks,
Yes.
and just hit that.
Okay. Oof. 6.
All right, a 6 touch is sadly not enough. So that's going to splash. So let's see where it ends up. 8. It's going to splash to the left and potentially hit Xander.
I
Oh
would
no, the monster attacks Xander.
like to attempt to use an ice shield to protect
Yeah,
Xander.
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Activate your ability. It's an immediate action, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Okay.
And it soaks up some of that damage if there is any.
Yeah, it will. So you create an ice shield and you block the flask of acid from hitting either you or Xander. All right, that will be Zu'lin's turn, and that'll take us on to Bastion. Bastion's going to move forward 20 feet, and while doing so, we'll pull his other weapon. So he now has both his rapier and his dagger out. He's going to slash with the rapier, and he is going to miss by 1. Valentino, you are up.
I'm going to let my flaming sphere do its work while I attempt to reapply my mascara.
Okay. And the DC was 17.
Yes.
I got it on the dot again.
You
Second
just don't
14
Hey,
want to
member.
Dawn!
cast the spell.
Can
You
you,
can
get
just
your
say so.
javelin out?
Oh, now we want Dawn to fight.
Because
Okay.
at least she's hitting.
Dawn's gonna 5-foot step forward, take out another javelin, and take fire with it, and that will hit. And after DR will only do 2 damage, but guess what?
It's
2
enough.
damage is enough. All right, javelins it, drops the alchemical waste, ends combat, and a few seconds later, the blind effect runs out on all of those of you who were hit by it. So that will turn off, and the area becomes much more subdued and quiet a moment later, as Bastion is swinging his weapon this way and that, like looking for more potential threats to pop out of bottles.
Stavik bends down, picks up the sword. Clink.
Zu'lin will continue collecting papers if there are any. Once there are no papers, he will turn his attention to the alchemical supplies on the left side of the room.
Sure thing.
Anything notable about these kind of components that he's looking at?
They seem to be pretty standard components. You can loot this stuff out, but it's going to take some time to categorize it all.
Okay.
Dawn steps closer to Stavik. Are you all right?
Yes, it shot that spittle, but luckily I guess it missed the eyes.
She takes out a cloth and starts wiping your face.
Beautiful work with the sword.
Thank you. It was nothing. Bastion rolls his
It
eyes.
was more than it was. Well, certainly it was more.
You and me
than
both,
something.
brother.
It's just bro.
Sorry.
I believe it's short
Beautiful.
for Bastion.
Brad,
Don, where did you go?
Brett Brather.
Breathe.
That's right, brother.
Yeah, so in that case, yeah, so Zu'lin will be... Actually, before he does that, he'll take a look at this desk, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Anything in there as well, or is it once again just components and reagents?
So the one in the south is stained and scarred. It is a workbench of horrors. There it looks like was a combination of flesh and alchemy. There are bone saws and other surgical tools lie amid blood, blackened cloth. The metal edges of the tools have been dulled from overuse, and the surface of the table is sticky and smeared with the remnants of something destroyed.
You see, one of the main issues here is if he was actually going through Reladine, you wouldn't see such wear and tear, which is one of their guarantees.
Does they have a money back, or is it that they just give you a new one?
Well, so long as you pay for the warranty, it's replaced with a new one.
Did you pay for the warranty?
Well, of course.
I always thought the warranties were a scam.
Yeah, how do they get it to you? You're like traveling.
How do you prove it?
Not to.
Prove what in particular?
Like,
They paid for the warranty.
yeah. Or that, you know, the thing that happened to it was part under the warranty agreement.
Oh, well, it replaces wear and tear. And Zu'lin will rummage through his stuff, and he'll take out this little rolled up parchment, unfurl it, and it has a Reladine insignia on it with a warranty for his Reladine Adamantine series scalpel.
And that's the message for today's episode. Always keep your receipts.
20 gold.
Jesus
Warranty.
Christ. Jesus fucking
Just for
Christ.
the additional warranty was 20 gold by itself. Let's be
Yes.
clear. Yeah.
Mm.
But
The
some
scalpel.
things are worth more than gold.
Mm-hmm.
Like adamantine.
Like French.
Nope.
Like parsnips.
Mm.
Oh, what if I just drop parsnips inside the dead behemoth? I wonder what happens then.
Do you want to
Do
try?
not.
No. No.
No, not
No.
He goes ratatouille on that thing's ass.
Is there anything else of note in this room, though?
No, you guys have taken a good look at it all.
Okay.
The room appears to be largely devoid of any other objects, aside from things that would take longer to loot by going through and figuring out what is and isn't valuable. So there were two ways that you guys haven't explored. There is the door south of you from this room. There's also the room previous that led off to the south that smelled of living things.
I smell
So-
the living.
So you have two doors, one to your west and one to your
Oh,
south.
I can't tell that that's a door. I'm so sorry. I thought
Oh,
it
no
might
worries.
be based on the map.
Oh, I
but-
thought you
Yeah,
did
let me-
because you keep standing right,
Right
by
here.
it.
Yeah, let me just put down
Yeah.
a light source for you. I'll make it easier.
Sorry, that
Okay.
corner is just pitch black for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I couldn't see any door there.
Louie is just gonna check up on the door real quick. That's a 19 perception.
Okay. The door appears to be solid. It's made of wood,
Mm,
banded with iron,
mm.
and it seems to have a locking mechanism.
Oh, let's see. I didn't prepare knock today. Hey,
Hold on,
Bastion.
before you do that,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
you should
Valentino.
probably listen to the other side. See if there's anything in there.
I just, yeah, it's okay. You go ahead.
I mean, it smells living in there.
Like I'm gonna press my ear against it. See if
Okay.
I can hear anything inside.
Go ahead with the perception to listen through the door.
26.
And as you listen through the door, you hear nothing but the sound of silence.
Simon and Garfunkel are in there.
You know, I was gonna make the same joke, but it's fine. It's fine.
You
It
just...
seemed like low-hanging fruit.
Nothing was disturbed.
All right. Well,
God.
I'm
Fucking hell, man.
taking a hero point from Skrewy.
No.
Deserved.
I've got a pretty decent disable device, but if Bastion's better at it, he can go for it.
Bastion's looking at it and he'll gesture to you. You're welcome to it, bro.
I might as well give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean I can stand over your shoulder.
That's pretty rough. That's an 18.
Let's see here. So he is going to try and do an assist.
Oh, great.
See if you can
Oh.
push that up a little bit higher. So he'll assist you, which will push that up to a 20. And that's still enough to jam the door.
What?
That jams the door
Yep, jams the door
on a 20.
on a 20.
What did we do to jam it?
Failed by more than 10.
Wow.
But what did we do? What did we do to jam it?
I thought you were picking the lock.
I know. Like, how did we? How?
I think you should fail by more than 10.
That's just how it works.
It's a
I
30.
know, but, like,
It
I'm
needed a
just
30.
saying.
You failed more than 10. That's how it
I get
works.
that. I get how Pathfinder works. I'm asking what the narrative explanation here is.
Sure. So the narrative explanation is you reach your various tools and prods and probes up into the mechanism, and as you were trying to work the mechanism in, something snaps on the inside as you accidentally shear off part of the locking mechanism and cause the inner workings to jam.
It's fake lock. Can't be open.
Well,
Zu'lin will walk up behind and motion to Stavik to join him.
Mm-hmm. He shall.
Valentino, do you mind if I tried?
I'm pretty sure it's a fake lock, but you can, try what you want.
So Zu'lin takes out another flask of acid. Is going to basically push it horizontally to the lock, so it starts dripping into it. After about a minute, he's going to motion to Stavik to try and bash this door down.
Okay. Stavik, make a
I love you,
strength
man.
test.
You got it.
So Zu'lin will be kind of on the side.
Oof.
You run your shoulder into the door. It does not budge.
Hero point.
Okay.
All right, Xeno.
23.
23 is good. It is not high enough for the DC on this door.
Jesus.
You know, there's
Oof.
another door we could probably get into instead of injuring ourselves on this thing.
if
Assuming it goes around.
If it doesn't go around, then I have a way to open this door, but I don't want to use it right now.
That
I
sounds
mean,
mysterious.
I could take the time to mend the lock. It just takes a long time, is all.
Well, yeah. I mean, assuming it can be, it can be open. It might just be a fake door together. Stavik couldn't push it down. We might be just trying to mess with the wall.
So we're trying the other door, is what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we're gonna try the other
Yes.
door right now.
Got it.
All right. The group travels
Girls,
to the
please
west,
follow.
and you make your way back out into the testing chamber.
All right. What's in this door? Louie is going to press his ear like Valentino did against it.
Give me a perception.
You got it. That is a 23.
You hear the sound of gurgling, retching, and chewing on the other side of this door.
Well, there's
You hear the sound of life, things
disgusting
living
life.
and eating.
We probably got some more gross shit in the other room. So I'm
Well-
just going to position myself so that I can shoot from here when whoever opens it. Sounds good?
Let's see if this one is a fake door as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
Louie just winks.
Oh, Stavik's going up. All right. Is it locked?
No.
All right. As you push the door open,
Oh,
Stavik,
fuck.
you look down into the room to the south, and what you see is, well, the moment the door is breached, the stench of rot and waste slams into all of your senses like a physical force.
Well, not Stavik.
The air is thick. Stavik can smell. It's an unfortunate day to have a sense of smell,
Oh,
but
Fuck!
the air.
Why
The
would you
air
not
is-
be able to smell if you can see without eyes?
I guess.
Yeah. You can smell without a nose and see without eyes. You're like a walking riddle. The air is thick, humid, and clinging. Although I do have to interrupt my own description to say something, and that is, like, the answer to some riddle somewhere is either Stavik or a dolphin.
Absolutely.
Like I know there's a riddle somewhere that has that as the answer.
He's like a dolphin that walks.
Yeah. Anyway, this area is filled with the foul musk of unwashed fur, decay, and the acrid sting of alchemical residues. The floor squelches underfoot, covered in a mix of damp hay, filth, and discarded remains, each step threatening to stick as if the room itself resents intrusion. The space is larger than the previous room, yet feels chokingly claustrophobic under the weight of the many watching eyes, for there are 5 massive iron-banded cages that line the walls of that room, their interiors plastered with gore. Rusted chains dangle uselessly where they once held things too large or too strong to be confined for very long. The western wall hosts a feeding trough, its contents unrecognizable, a sludgy heap of meat and bone fragments crawling with fat-bodied insects. It reeks of something beyond simple rot. There's something chemical, unnatural, seeping into the very foundation of this room. There are bones of past failures lying scattered in grotesque arrangements, some half-picked clean, others clutched when in a more skeletal embrace, as though the owners died clutching at their last meal or their own tormentors. A few bodies remain partially intact, limbs twisted at impossible angles, expressions locked in silent agony as their flesh is mottled and misshapen with failed mutations. But the important thing is the things in the cages, because those are still alive. They are... Some of them I wouldn't even describe as creatures. They're things, hideous amalgamations of discarded life, pulled together through alchemy rather than natural biology. Their bodies glisten, being held together by sickly, oozing fluids, flesh folding over itself like melted wax, twisting in ways that no living being should move. One cage shudders as a thing within convulses, its many eyes blinking in an uneven rhythm, scattered haphazardly across its body. It whimpers, but its sound is a garbled, choking noise, as a mouth that should not exist tries to form words without the knowledge of speech. Another creature presses against the bars, a collection of sinew and bones, teeth protruding from places where there should be no teeth growing, its ribcage yawning like a second mouth, gulping for air as if starving for breath. And the third sits motionless, yet its flesh writhes as if something beneath its surface is struggling to escape, pushing its skin that was never meant to hold it in. The cages all creak as their inhabitants shift, their wet, slopping forms pulsing with unwanted life. They do not attack, but they also don't seem to enjoy your presence either. They simply exist in this strange state.
Oh my god, they're making Reddit mods.
Wow.
Very nice.
Wow.
There are 2 exits that lead out of this room. First, the door to the north, leading back to the testing chamber you're standing, and the second is to the east. There is more to this place.
So I'm going to let people who are more adept at finding traps take a peer in. I am not one for noticing
Check for traps
things.
real quick.
Oh god, it
Sure.
smells so bad.
It's perception, correct?
Yeah, it's perception to check for traps, absolutely.
This
Oh,
is
fuck
not
yes.
20.
Nice, so it's a 32
Hey!
adjusted with your 32 to find traps. You look around and you do not notice any traps in the area.
And as Stavik is saying that, Zu'lin looks at him. I mean, I would find it quite odd to trap my own work area. Maybe the entrance, yes, but where you're actually doing experiments would seem quite odd.
Agreed.
Valentino, you step into the room and it is filled with horrors. The things in here are twisted and vile and pitiful. They look at you with hungry eyes.
So we're killing these things, right? Like, we need to put them out of their misery.
Yes. Absolutely. Ugh.
Boy.
I would say fire would be the way to do it, but I don't think it would.
Actually,
this place would
with
handle
how
it.
much alchemical stuff that's in the air, you want to be careful with explosions. Even the air might be explosive.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I mean, you saw that fire earlier.
I would like to do an alchemy check, see if I can perceive anything that may be causing vapors that would be of import or danger to us.
Certainly. Go ahead and give me an alchemical check.
There we go. Right, it's another 27.
Zu'lin,
Nice.
there is definitely the scent of something in this room that is almost caustic to your nose, and it seemed to be coming from the trough on the western side of the room.
Gotcha.
Yo, the wolf thing down there is really freaking me out with the mouth below the mouth.
We already fought one of those. It's fine. You've already seen one.
Yeah, it still bothers me.
Yeah,
The
maybe
mouth
it's like
below
a
the mouth.
xenomorph where the inner mouth goes out.
Exactly. And they're all watching you curiously, hungrily, but yet they do not attack.
How
What is this?
strong are the cages?
They're metal. They look like they're reasonably strong, though some of them have signs of rust.
Adamantine series would have fixed this.
True.
God damn it.
Zu'lin's currently intrigued by this one that's in the corner next to him, this amalgamation of
Yeah.
horrors.
Right. So this is one of the ones I described. This would have been the one with that convulses with too many eyes, blinking an uneven rhythm. It whimpers, but its sound is a garbled, choking noise, as it seems like it's trying to talk, but doesn't have the ability to form words.
Oh.
By observing it, can I intuit any of the processes that went into its creation?
Yeah, give me knowledge alchemy. Absolutely.
That you don't want to know that. That's not a thing you want to know.
You don't need to know that
No,
information.
I don't think so.
That is a 25.
So, Zu'lin, you take a look at it, and it's hard to say because there are properties of this thing, various shapes of eyes, shapes of teeth, the way that some of the limbs move, that are both indicative of various types of animals as well as indicative of humans. So you think that this may be some kind of failed chimera. Potentially, this was a creature that was either like two or more creatures that were turned into one thing, or one thing that was introduced with mutagens from multiple other creatures. But whatever the final result was is this disgusting mess in front of you.
Edward.
See, even that one could at least talk. This thing just gurgles.
Yeah, really though.
So, we're all in agreement that we should end these things, correct?
Yeah, I'm just figuring out how much ammo I've got. I don't actually.
Well, I mean, given time, I'm sure that whatever's keeping them alive will eventually falter.
True, but I'd rather not them being in pain either. It obviously wasn't
Yeah,
their
a
choice.
lot of what I've got is fire, which kind of like doesn't
It's
help
okay.
there.
I'll shoot some ice through the bars and we'll go from there, okay? And Louie
Understandable.
is going to hold up his hand in front of him enough so that the space in between the bars is where he'll go through. And he aims it at the gurgling mess in front of him and just say, I'm going to end the pain. And
It looks at you. Make me a perception check.
I don't want to. Okay. 19.
It doesn't seem to know what you're talking. It doesn't understand you. You don't. It doesn't seem to understand. You can't tell what it's
That's
doing. It just
okay.
seems. Yeah, it just looks at you with a vacant stare.
And I will shoot a ice bolt at it.
Okay, go ahead and fire your ice bolt. As you do that, we will roll some initiatives.
Okay. That's a 15 and a 23 touch right there.
All right, a 15 and 23 touch. Both of those are going to land. And you're going to hit this guy for 11 points of cold damage to start the fight off.
11?
So as you do that, go ahead and roll me some initiatives, dear.
Okay.
And we'll get into it. Zuzu and Val, please.
Sorry, this is a list to scroll through and it keeps moving.
It just does keep moving. Alrighty. And with that,
Hey, that wasn't terrible.
combat begins. Bastion is up. Bastion is going to swap to a bow and try to fire at that alchemical failure. And is actually going to miss, getting a nat 3. Good job, buddy. All right. Requiem will move down to... All right, Dawn is going to take 5 a step over, pull one of her javelins, and throw it into this cage, hitting the creature for 5 points of damage.
Hey, that's more than she normally does.
Yeah.
That is her turn. That takes us on to Val. By the way, the creature is shrieking in pain as it's being struck.
This is like really no good fucking answer here, is
No, there
No.
isn't.
there?
I mean, there was a door right here.
We
And
did establish earlier.
As
too,
it
I
shrieks in pain, all the other creatures are also now very agitated.
Great, I love that.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
And we established before I cannot place a flaming sphere between spaces, correct?
Yeah, it has to sit in a square.
It has to sit in a square, yeah. All right, then I'm going to just draw my crossbow and fire at the same one that everyone else has been firing at, so that we can bring it down as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
That's a nat 1. Fun times. Love that.
Nat 1?
Love that for me.
It's something. Go ahead and roll a d20 plus 8 to see if that confirms. 12 is gonna be a fumble.
Okay.
As it's flat-footed, it's a little higher than that. So let's
Yeah,
see
but
what that is.
They don't got no feet though.
Is this an argument against or for you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's an argument against you. It can't
I
be
don't
flat-footed.
I don't care. I
It
still
got no
fucking
feet.
failed.
Oh no.
I don't see no shoes.
So this is a ranged critical fumble. It is in the line of fire. Your
That's
attack hits the
appropriate.
nearest ally and is a critical threat.
That's a
That's Bastion.
I'm glad I'm not
You
there.
shoot Bastion right in the back.
Right in the kidney.
I'm like lining up the shot, and then he gets ready to take.
Yeah,
the
he gets
shot.
in the way.
I mean, his
Yeah,
ass is just right
mhm.
there, so.
It's true. He does have an ass that just
Hard
gets
to
right
look
in the
away
way.
from. I mean,
Mm.
So go ahead and roll another attack, but refund the crossbow bolt for it.
okay.
So just make another attack because we just need to double your
Hand
damage.
it back to you.
Double your pleasure. Double
Well,
your fun.
technically we need to confirm the
I have to
critical
re-
hit.
I guess
Yeah.
I got to refund the ammo first because
Oh, was it your last bolt?
That was apparently my last bolt. That doesn't seem
Oh,
right
shit.
though. It says I have 11 more, but it wouldn't fire it.
Oh, weird. Okay.
So this could
Yeah,
be
you should
worse.
have
We could
11.
a scythe.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not loaded with them?
It's loaded with them in your combat tab at least, so it should be working.
All right, let's try it again.
It's not loaded in your inventory tab, but you shouldn't be making attacks out of your inventory tab anyway.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty, so that is a 16 against Bastion, and that is a flat-footed Bastion. No, sorry, he's not flat-footed. He has an
No,
AC.
he's already.
He has an AC of 17. That will not confirm. So that just
Okay.
hits him for 1 damage. Ow! What the fuck, dude?
Sit the fuck
Wow.
still. What are you doing, my guy?
I was trying to hit him with a fucking bow.
Well, do that when I'm not shooting.
You winged my kidney, man.
All right, I didn't mean to make it. That wasn't like too big a personal.
That's fine.
I
Shit
realize
happens,
that's a
bro.
sensitive spot. That wasn't the intention there.
Is your scar okay?
Now I'm gonna have like a second smaller scar on top of the scar.
I don't think it'll scar.
I mean, I guess that's kind of cool.
I don't think
Yeah,
it hurt
it'll
you
look
hard
badass.
enough to scar.
All right, that takes us to the first of the alchemical wastes. This one is going to try and bust itself out of a cage. Stavik, you are up.
Wonderful. Lunge stance. Because that's the only way I'm going to be able to hit this thing.
Okay. Attacking it with a slashing weapon through bars is going to be relatively difficult. Like if it was like, say, like a thrown weapon
hit
or a
him with a
piercing
ranged
weapon or
weapon,
like
yeah.
a spell, like everything everybody's done so far has all been like, piercing attacks
Effective.
through the bars. This is a slashing weapon you're using, so you're not really going to be able to get through the bars
Come down on it.
very well with it.
Okay.
Right?
I would
So-
recommend doing it, coming down on it anyway.
So you could try to stab with it. Like you can make a stab with it. It's just
I mean, what about the bow that you used in the last combat earlier today?
you do have that too.
Yeah, but I feel like the situational awareness with all these things agitated, if they bust out and I'm just sitting
fair.
here stuck with a bow, bad idea. Then in that
You have
case,
70 hit points.
I do not have well, I do not currently.
Total.
I have 38
Yeah,
of
that's fair.
76.
You have
Just
more
saying.
HP than me right now.
Maybe you should take up a defensive stance then. I think it's a good
Yeah,
point.
that's what I was
Probably,
gonna
like,
say. Is I'm
down
going to
here.
hold action.
Okay.
If anything busts out,
Sure.
Could I make a
I'm gonna take
recommendation?
a 5-foot step to the south.
Yeah,
though.
get out of the way.
Maybe the
Okay.
Oh, look,
southwest,
you
so that
can-
you're
you can-
Yeah, go in the middle
right
of
in
the
the
room.
center.
You can lunge stance from there.
It's true.
And
So if
attack him.
anything,
There's a wolf right there.
true, but
Yep.
it's because but if I have to, like, still stab through the bars, as you said, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but
So
if you
it
lunge
still would
stance where
be-
you're standing and he breaks out, then you will get an attack of opportunity as soon as he moves.
It's true.
And
Yes,
if
that's
you
what I'm saying.
hold
I'm still
action,
going to be in
do
lunge stance at
Yeah.
the moment.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
That-
Works for me.
Hold action until
got it.
something pops out.
Okay.
Right.
So you're ready to attack anything that pops out of any of those cages, and that takes us on to Zu'lin.
All right, so Zu'lin is going to take a syringe out and extract some of his blood and put it into a powdered vial. He's then going to throw said vial into the cage that this giant wolf creature is in,
Okay.
and the vial will break, eventually emulsifying into a cloud of melancholic ooze.
Delicious.
Is he going to be sad?
He probably
What?
already is.
Yeah.
That's why you
Alright.
turn into melancholic ooze.
Oh, hey guys.
Hi guys.
Except for a bunch of them.
And then the wastes are like, why the long face?
Fuck, he's
So
big.
you create a melancholic ooze swarm.
Zu'lin up in here making this just as worse as possible.
I mean,
Really,
it goes through
Not
the
for us,
bars.
just for us as players. Like,
It is a 1-round casting time on that one, so
Yeah.
it will show up at the beginning of your initiative on next round.
Got it.
So I'll go ahead and put it into initiative here and put it right after you. And that will take us on to a 5-foot step if you have one.
Zu'lin is
Okay.
good where he is.
All right, that'll take
Stand
us on
behind
to Louie.
Stavik.
He is going to continue firing at this poor thing. I'm really
Okay.
sorry. It's a 26 and a 24 touch.
All right, 26 and 24, both are going to hit. You deal 7 and 3 damage, so 10 total cold damage to the creature. It is now badly injured as its body slaps around, trying to hold itself together.
Don't we all?
Anything else from Louie?
Nah, he's gonna stay there.
Alrighty, that takes us on to the alchemical beast in the south. This one is going to kind of go a little bit crazy and start to rip at the door that holds itself, that's holding it into this kennel. So it's going to make a full attack, claw, bite, and we'll see what it can do. Tries to rip itself free. Okay, it also gets some rakes on there as well. All right.
oh, he's trying to get rid of the leaves. Okay.
Yeah, so he
Just
rips
let it
the
out.
door a little bit. Luckily, it is metal, so it does absorb quite a bit of damage. So it put some damage on the mechanism that opens the door, but not enough to crack it open. In fact, not even close to cracking it open. So good stuff there. That is its turn. Takes us on to an alchemical failure. This one's going to slither 5 feet to the southeast and try and get out of there. First thing it's going to do is, like the smaller alchemical failures, or rather alchemical wastes, This creature also has that same acidic spittle ability, except the ones from this also do acid damage. So, Xander, please make a fort save, as this thing just shot you with a squirt of acid that did
Ew.
2 points of damage.
Sure. That's a 19.
All right, cool. You are not blinded. And then it is going to try and bite its way out of here. As it bites, all of these mouths across its surface are going to start biting at the door to try and get out. However, the bites all do little enough damage that none of them do anything noticeable to the door. But all of like the 6 or so mouths on this creature are all trying to bite at the door ineffectually. That is its turn. That takes us to the one in the corner. This one's going to 5-foot step to move toward Louie and is going to fire some spittle at Louie. That is enough to strike for 6 points of acid damage. And Louie, I need you to make a fort save to resist
You
being blinded.
Got it. That is a nat 20. 22.
All right, you are not
Damn.
blinded. Not blinded by the acid, and then it is going to try and bite its way free, and none of those bites are going to do any damage.
I'm really sorry. Please stop
That is its
struggling.
turn. Takes us onto an alchemical waste. This one is going to try and bite its way free. It fails. Another alchemical waste. The same thing. It fails. Xander, you have initiative.
So, question: how are the waxy kind of creatures being contained?
They don't seem to have the ability to fully discorporate to fit through the bars. So there's enough solidness to them that even they can't squeeze through.
Xander is just going to turn and he's gonna make his way out of the room.
Alrighty.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Your orders for Requiem and Rhapsody.
Make step forward a bit at least.
Take care of these things.
All right. Requiem moves in and is going to try and stab with a scimitar, which is a difficult thing to do. And that is going to miss. Rhapsody follows in and tries the same thing. And is also going to miss. Round 2 begins. Bastion is up. Bastion is going to look at the door on this side of the cage and look at the little bow he's got. And he's going to say, I can open the cage and we can just, slash it down. Or should we keep pin cushioning it?
If you think that's the safest and fastest way to end it,
It's just objectively not the safest.
it's not the safest, but I'd rather us end its misery.
All right. Well, in that case, Bastion will frown, knock another arrow, shoot the thing, and do 0 damage to it. That is his turn. Dawn is going to pull another javelin, throwing it as hard as she can, and hitting it for 3. Valentino, you are up.
Valentino is going to. I'm going to do a quick dodge roll to get a few spaces over without provoking attack of opportunity. And while I'm flanking with Requiem, I'm going to try and stab this thing. I don't know that I'll get any precision damage on this thing, but it's worth a shot. At least get my flanking bonus.
That's true. You do get the flanking bonus. I will tell you ahead of time, it does have the amorphous quality, so it is immune to precision damage.
Well, flanking is a thing, whatever.
Flanking is a thing, that is true. It also has something known as all-around vision, which means it cannot be flanked.
Oh, well, then that's a 23 instead of a 20.
Still hits. So that's good. All right. You strike it with your weapon, and it is barely injured after that attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Alchemical Waste tries to break its way out. It is unable to do so, though it does it damages the cage by rattling it extra hard. So it does 1 point of damage to the lock. Woo! Stavik, you are up.
I'm going to take a 5-foot step to the left
Okay.
or to the west, and so that if anything gets out,
Yeah.
and hold my action until something pops out.
Sounds good. Zu'lin, you have initiative.
All right. Zu'lin is going to imbibe for himself a potion that is going to be Bomber's Eye.
Bomber's Eye. Good choice.
All right, and that will be it for now.
Okay.
And we can move on to our ooze
All right. The melancholic ooze swarm is going to do its thing. Let's see. So the melancholic ooze swarm, I believe, does no damage, but does
It's
have a
one, I think.
paralyzing
It does
ability.
1 damage.
Oh, it does 1 damage. Okay.
But if it's paralyzed, then Stavik.
Indeed. So it
And coup de
deals 1 damage, and the target has to make a fort save or be paralyzed. Okay. Easy enough. So... All right. It is going to make its save this round. Does take 1 damage. Louie.
Got it.
You're up.
Hey, Zu'lin, is that thing hurt by ice at all?
I would assume so. It's not as if it's undead.
Gotcha.
It doesn't seem undead, correct? It seems just a alchemical horror, right, Beardy?
Yeah. Were you asking about the melancholic ooze swarm, or are you asking about
The swarm, yes.
the swarm? Yeah, the swarm's susceptible to cold damage. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I will offer that I still have one more big old snow butterfly bunch of spell that I can still use, but I don't want to hurt your thing unless I need to hurt your thing at some point. And
Duly noted. If it starts coming towards you, then you're free to do as you wish.
you don't control it?
Oh, heavens, no.
Nor does Zu'lin particularly care about it coming to harm.
Okay.
Xander's to say from outside the room.
Stavik turns his head.
Question. Should I
What?
hit it now or later?
No, it would clearly make it ineffectual if you were to hit it now.
Gotcha. He's gonna keep aiming at the creature he's been working at currently, which is
Works
a
for me.
16 and 20 touch.
Both hit, dealing 10 more cold damage total. It is now near death. Anything else from Louie?
That'll be all.
All right, Alchemical Beast is up, and it is going to try and rip its way out of this cage because it is not happy. Ooh, okay, much better rolls this time. Yeah, okay. And how about the rake as well?
Wait, they're not happy?
That'll fucking do it. All right, the lock bursts off of the cage as this enraged alchemical beast is going to try to burst its way out. It finishes up bursting the door and then is going to make a 5-foot step to the north to there.
Activate.
That will activate
Activate.
Stavik's held action.
Yolp. That would be full attack since, correct?
It's a ready to action, so it's a single attack.
But also the lunge. He went into his. He moved? Or I guess it was 5 foot.
It was a 5-foot step, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's fine. So it should just be one attack.
Sounds good. Here we go.
That'll do.
That is a 26.
26 for 7 damage. Target is barely injured. And that is that. Takes us on to an alchemical failure. This one is going to try and blind Rhapsody. That is going to potentially hit. Double checking their touch AC. That will land. Rhapsody is struck for 6 points of acid damage and I believe is immune to blind effects, but I'm not 100% sure. Alright, that'll work. That is its turn, and it cannot break its way out. Next is up. It will also try to break its way out and utterly fail. Alright. It's living up to its name. The next two are going to swing, trying to break out as well in the southwestern cage. And they rattle the lock a little bit, doing a little bit more damage to it, but it still has a long way to go before that one breaks. So that is all of their turns for the round, and takes us back on to Xander.
Xander is going to pass his turn.
Okay. Requiem and Rhapsody are both going to try and kill this thing again. That is a miss, followed by a miss. Damn. Rough rolls for the two of them. Bastion will begin round 3 by firing his bow, this time missing. Dawn will pull her last javelin, throw that in, and do 5 points of damage, taking it to near death. Valentino, you are up.
All right, I got something crazy and unusual for you here.
Okay.
I'm gonna stab him with my sword.
I love it.
Nice.
That's just crazy enough to work. Alrighty.
Oh boy.
6 points of damage. We'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. I don't need a hero point in this one. It's stuck in a fucking cage.
Yeah, I can't get out. I mean, it's too weak to break the lock anyway.
Probably should be focused on the other dude. But next turn.
Yeah. All right. Alchemical
You got
Waste
him,
is up.
Stavik.
Tries to break out. Nope. Stavik, you are up, sir. You have an
Yeah.
alchemical beast right on top of you.
Take it from me. Those
Yeah.
things are easy.
I'm gonna get
Yeah,
out of
Valentino
one
soloed
stance.
one. It's fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I hope so. And full
So you-
attack
Drop lunge stance and full attack. All right.
for 26 and 23.
Both shots hit. That is 10 damage,
Woohoo.
followed by 10 damage.
Woohoo!
Double
That's pretty
checking.
solid.
Yep. Pretty solid indeed. 20 damage total, slashing, and it is now injured. Anything else
I'm
from
in
Zuzu?
danger.
Anything
Nope.
else from Zuzu?
Nope. We are gonna stay
Or
there.
sort of further from Stavik before Zuzu's turn. All right, Zu'lin, you are up, sir.
All right, Stavik's. Sorry. now,
Hey, now we're
great.
doing it all over the place. I love it.
All right, so Zu'lin is going to throw a flask to the wolf's right, so
Okay.
kind of in between it and the kind of waxy creatures. Trying,
Sure thing.
and I'm going to be trying to avoid the swarm.
Okay.
And this is going to
You
be a sand bomb.
Precise sand bomb. Let's go.
Yes. There we go. And that's
Alrighty,
going to
that
be
is
a 17 because I have bomber's eye.
Wonderful. All right, 17 touch. That is absolutely going to hit. So your precise bomb works, and you do not hit your own ooze swarm. So that deals 16 points of fire damage to the alchemical beast, bringing it down to badly injured, and is also going to potentially do 8 points of splash. Fails a save and does 8 points of splash to the alchemical waste on the west.
Woohoo!
Alrighty, and I believe that also is going to, you said it was a sand bomb, so
Yes.
that will blind the alchemical beast as well as the waste.
Nice.
Alrighty, a melancholic ooze swarm is up next, and it is
Right.
going to use its swarm attack to deal 1 point of damage to the alchemical beast, and force it to make a save that it will pass. That is its turn. Louie, you are up.
I'm gonna attempt to end the failure's life in front of me.
Okay, go for it.
Jesus.
You can't talk about your
That's-
party mates like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, gosh.
That was a 10 touch and a 9 touch.
Both miss.
That's what I figured.
Oof.
All good.
All right, anything else from Louie?
I think this is an okay spot for me here.
Okay. So this creature is going to try to make a claw bite attack against Stavik. It is also blinded. So we'll see if any of this actually gets it through. Okay, well, I got a 25 on the first claw. Then I got a nat 20 on the second claw with a 30 confirmation. So that's a critical hit on the second claw. And then the bite was a 19 to miss. So because it didn't hit with both claws, it doesn't get a rake. And because it's blinded, it has to make a concealment check. So I would like you, Stavik, to call high or low what's going to hit, and then throw me a D100. So call it out first.
So I want.
What hits?
So I want
So
to.
are you
if I
rolling
call,
above or below 50%?
You have to roll
Yeah,
it
so
either
call
way.
high or low. You gotta
Oh,
call it.
I
and then
call-
roll it.
I call high.
High. All right, high hits. Give me D100.
Yes.
You have just avoided a critical hit that would have done 20 damage to you.
Nice.
Oof.
Alrighty, that is its turn. Alchemical Failure is up next, and it is going to try and spittle. That is going to miss, and that is its turn. Alchemical Failure to the west, or rather on the east, is going to try to spit at Louie. That is a 12 touch that I think misses. It does.
I believe so, yeah.
Yep, you get out of the way of that spit, and it is done. Alchemical Waste blind over here is going to try to chew its way out. Alchemical Waste also tries to chew its way out. Both of them fail. Xander, you are up, sir.
Xander has his eyes closed and he's just murmuring to himself, and that will be the end of his turn.
Sounds good. All right. Your friends Requiem and Rhapsody will try to do their best. However, I have not been able to roll above a 10 for both of them. It's been rough.
God damn.
So they cannot hit, and that takes us on to round 4. Bastion's up.
Wide swings on the bars over and over. Ding, 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 ding.
All right, I'm just rolling sub 5s now. Bastion just got a 3. So he is done. Dawn is out of javelins. So she's going to make a move down here, pulling out her bastard sword, and she's going to try to stab with it. And will hit for 7 damage, killing the creature.
Hey!
Woo!
All right, apparently
Good
Dawn
job,
can roll well.
Being elite, Lentakivi was fucking holding her back.
You're welcome.
All right, Val, you have initiative, sir.
All right. Do you need help over there, Stavik, or should I keep getting this guy?
I think.
All right, that hesitation was more than enough for me. I'm gonna 5-foot step over by the big boy.
Okay.
I'm not gonna get any sneak on this thing just yet, but you know what? Stabs are stabs. And we're gonna give him a poke with Ignacio's.
Well, he is blind, so
That's sneak attack.
Oh, you're right.
He is susceptible to sneak attacks. So
Would a 16 hit him?
a 16 would hit him currently. Yes.
Shit, but I forgot to mark it as sneak. So should I just roll
That's
the sneak
fine.
now?
You could just roll the sneak damage separate, which for you should be what, 3d6?
I'm double checking. I feel like it was more than that, but no, you're right. It's 36. Here we are. Oh, it doesn't actually roll it when I do that.
No, it doesn't actually roll it. So just roll me 3d6.
You got it.
All right, cool.
Shitty roll as usual, but it's all right.
All right, that is going to be 15 total damage, which is enough to stagger this guy, bring him to 0 health.
Hey, nice.
Fuck yes.
All
So
right,
we,
he
not
is
what we're trying to
staggered.
do to these things, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, alchemical waste tries to break its way out.
Oh, this
Nope.
means that I was gonna make it say it'd be funny if the ooze killed him, and it looks like it's actually gonna fucking happen.
Nah, Stavik will finish it. All right, what you got, buddy?
Would it be a coup de grace
No,
since it's staggered? Oh, just a full. Yep, just a full attack then.
stagger just means it's at 0 hit points.
Gotcha, full attack for 21 and
Alrighty.
19.
Both shots hit. First shot brings it down, 10 damage, drops it.
Fantastic.
So, if you'd like, you can have your move action back. And if you want to move around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, if I stab through the bars at these things, it still sucks. So I will.
Yeah. You could 5-foot step to the southwest and then stab with your second attack as part of a full attack action.
Then
and
I
stab
would
that
like
guy.
to do that, please.
Okay, that'll hit that one for 11 and kill it. There you go.
Thank you.
Alrighty. That
dead.
is going to take us
That
on to
is my
Zu'lin.
turn.
Alright, Zu'lin is going to wait and see what direction the melancholic ooze is going. So I'd like to,
Mhm.
I guess I'll ready in action, and I'll see if the ooze goes towards Stavik or if it goes towards the waxy creatures,
Okay,
and I'll respond based on that. But that'll be
sounds
my
good.
turn.
So we'll delay you to there. All right. So the ooze is up. I'm going to roll randomly, and it is going for Stavik.
Okay, in that case, Zu'lin would throw out a powder and end it.
Okay. Standard action, and you shut it off.
It kind of just like starts bubbling and popping
Oh.
until it just is nothing.
This is the worst smelling room in the history of fucking ever.
All right. You have a move action left, Zu'lin.
Zu'lin will just take a single step in between Stavik and Valentino.
Sounds good. Louie, what would you like to do?
Louie will walk up behind Stavik and aim at another one of these alchemical abominations. Throw out some ice bolts.
Why don't you?
Actually, let me check something real quick there. Oh, perfect. He's only going to take a 5-foot step, actually, so he can do a rapid shot.
Sounds good.
That is a 12 and a 19 touch.
The 19 hits.
Okay. That is 5
All right.
damage then.
Sounds good. 5 damage takes it to injured, and that will move us on to one of these alchemical failures in the north. It's going to continue trying to spit at people, hitting Rhapsody for 4 damage.
Rude.
And that will take us on to a waste. This one's going to 5-foot step to the northeast and try to bite its way out. Nope. Xander, you are up.
I have a kooky question for you that I just messaged you.
Okay.
Just hypothetically speaking.
If I kill Bastion,
That is a very interesting question.
Right?
Um,
Isn't it?
So, I mean,
Like the philosophers
the
would.
philosophers in me was like, but at the same time, like the simulation-based fantasy mind in me is like, of course not. Of course that wouldn't work.
Right. Of course.
But then the philosopher is like, well, but what is thing? You know,
Mhm,
what truly
mhm.
defines thing? So,
You don't have to give me an answer, by the way. I was just
Perfect.
pondering this.
okay, well, we can discuss that in more depth later.
That's what Xander is currently thinking of, and that's why he passes his turn.
Wonderful. All right. Well, Requiem and Rhapsody are both going to try to stab this guy, and we'll see if they can roll above a 5. No. And let's see. There we go. A 17. Suddenly way better.
Hey.
Okay. 9 damage. Crunch.
There we go.
Yeah.
Good
All right,
job.
Bastion's up. He's going to 5 foot step to the south, take a shot with his bow, hitting for 4 damage. Dawn is up. She moves over, slashes with this bastard sword, or rather stabs with it, and that's a miss. She rolled a 4. Valentino, you are up.
5-foot step to the north, stab into this cage with this
You got it.
poor sad thing for 22.
Wonderful. Okay. Target is injured.
It's my turn.
All right. Waste tries to break out. Fails. Stavik, you are up, sir.
I'm going to 5-foot step, attack, and if I kill the first one, cleave with the power attacks. Actually, no, we won't power attack. Full attack.
Okay.
For 28 and 18.
Full attack, 28, 18. All right. 28, 18. 18 is going to miss. 28 is going to hit. And your
Cool.
target is the one on the east or the one on the west?
The one to the west.
Okay. That is going to hit for 10 points of slashing damage, which is enough to finish it off. Zu'lin.
all right. So Zu'lin believes that Stavik has the cage to the south pretty handled. So Zu'lin's going to lob a bomb at the amalgamation of horror that is in the northwest.
Alrighty.
This is a blinding precise bomb.
Sounds good.
There's a 27.
That's going to hit and deal 12 points of fire damage. And blind the creature. Nice. Alright, Louie.
Yes, Louie will throw some ice bolts at the being next to Stavik. Though it does not seem like I'm able to select it right now, so I do apologize.
That's fine.
There's a 22 and a 17 to hit touch.
Okay, both are going to land, and you deal quite a lot of damage. 8 and 5. It is destroyed.
Yay!
Hurrah!
All right, that takes us to the final alchemical failure. It is blinded. It's going to try to spit. That is not going to land on anything. And that takes us on to Xander.
Gonna skip my turn again.
Sounds good. Requiem and Rhapsody are up. They're going to try to stab this thing with their scimitars. That is a critical hit.
Yay!
That will, can't crit these guys because they're amorphous, so
you.
that's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still a decent amount of damage, and that is a bunch there. Rhapsody's up next. Another swing in, another good chunk of damage, and that is enough to finish it off. At the
Thank
end
you,
of round
girls.
5, combat ends.
Hooray!
As the dust settles from that attack, and as the kennel is now emptied of horrid creatures, we will take our first break.
Hello,
right.
checkers and pleasers. Welcome back to Check Please.
Hey.
Yeah. All right, we are back.
We're not dead yet.
No, in fact, you've made a lot of weird alchemical creatures dead. Not you guys, so that's good.
Yeah, it's good.
And there is
not
a
to be
door
dead.
that leads to the east from this room.
I don't feel that big about killing a bunch of things in cages.
Xander, I do believe I have been tempting fate. Would it be possible for you to utilize the wand?
Xander is going to turn around to look at Stavik. Yes, it would certainly be possible. And he's going to move towards him.
Leave it at that. Yes, I am possibly able to.
You see, it would be tempting to do that and then heal my skeletons, but my skeletons heal themselves. So
Oh, that would be wretched and catty, and I love it.
All right. Stavik, you are healed for 5 HP.
Cool.
It's good enough,
I'm just gonna
yeah?
keep hitting you.
And then 4 more HP. There you go.
He looks fine.
Yeah, right?
It's just a
All right.
sinewy pile of clothing, right?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just a sinewy pile of clothing.
Louie just looks over Xander. Are you feeling okay?
Yes, I'm feeling all right, Louie.
Thank you very much, Xander. I very much appreciate it.
You're welcome, Stavik.
Door's all yours, Val. Then Tino.
Thanks. All right, that's
nice.
29.
You listen closely at the door, and you hear nothing.
All right, this might be another fake door. Let's find out.
Yeah. Door's all yours.
That is disabled device.
You're not even gonna try to open
That
it
is-
first?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I figured that if there's no lock, then trying to lockpick it will determine that safely.
Well, there is a lock built into the door. It's not clear if it was or wasn't locked originally, but you rustle around in there and don't seem to be able to do anything. However, you don't jam it either.
Is Bastion able to help me?
Sure.
On
Yeah,
this
Bastion
one?
can try to help you. Okay, 1 second.
Is
I don't know if
Louie
31 is going to matter, but it was worth a shot.
just walks forward and turns the knob on the door.
Bastion gets a nat 20 for a 35, but he was only making an assistance check to give you a +2. So they can bring you up to a 31. That does meet the DC of the door, which was 30, and you successfully lock the door.
God damn it!
Oh, okay.
Val, why?
Is that really how that works?
Well, the door was unlocked, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not how lockpicks work.
You went in and you switched it from point A to point B.
No, if we align it, then it's unlocked. If it's already aligned, I can feel that.
I mean, if this is like Oblivion, I suppose, or Skyrim, but not every lock works like that.
No, but I would know how the lock works as a virtue of picking it. Like, I would know whether or not it's locked. I couldn't know how to pick it if I don't know how it works. Okay, so, all right, sure. We can just do this again.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
You don't have lock or knock prepared? You said, Louie?
What?
You don't have knock prepared?
No, not one bit.
Cool.
I will
Yeah,
unlock
we're
the door
playing-
from the other
we're-
side if you need assistance.
We're playing D&D, you guys. We're rolling 3 times on the same door that was already unlocked because we can't be told that it was unlocked.
Why didn't you just
Alright,
try
that's
the door?
Because, like, I don't know.
Because then the impertinence of it, the idea of hearing it go click is too much.
I was just
anyway.
kind of excited to roll the lock picking thing for once and do well because we don't
Well, you
run
did.
very
You
many
did.
locked doors.
You did do it well. That is
Yeah.
true. It is unlocked.
Cool. All right. Opening the fucking door.
All right, you can click on that door and open it whenever you like. You open the door and it reveals a long hallway that goes off to the east. At the tune of about 60 feet.
I'm almost burned for the day, but I can patrol ahead invisibly.
If you think that's best, otherwise I can send dancing lights out.
I think that's a second thing. Because it lights dark potential, but I can see in the dark.
I could probably send a scout out ahead.
Do you
Well-
think they'd be... I mean, they're not gonna be more hidden than me.
They'll certainly be more hidden than you.
We'll see about that.
Okay, I will start casting.
Oh boy.
Okay, well, what you casting?
Dick measuring.
I would like
contests.
to summon the thing that I talked to you about earlier. So Xander is going to begin chanting for a little bit, and then as he does, he is going to reach forward like he did with the bone prison before, and he's just going to draw his finger down in the air, and then it's going to split apart, and then out of this is going to come a large statue of Xander, but it does not have a face.
Huh.
Nothing?
Yes.
Is that supposed to be stealthy?
Yeah, I think it's only good. It's not gonna come close.
I mean, it's a very wonderful likeness, but I mean, it's missing the best part, in my opinion.
His personality.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Likely. It can pass through stone as if it was air. So, yes, it is a little more stealthy than you, Valentino.
I don't know. That's like maybe that's a comparable, I guess. Can you really
And to
get
be
more
fair-
quiet than true silence?
Well, how quiet is it going through stone? Shall we see?
And Xander will just kind of gesture off in that direction and send his stone statue down the hallway.
Okay, and let's see. Mechanically, this is an earth elemental.
Mhm.
Okay. Size
It would be medium.
medium. Okay.
So, does it transfer imagery back to you? How exactly does it work?
No. Though I suppose it could.
Okay.
All right. You create you pull in a statue that looks like you but without a face, and it
Mhm.
goes through the wall.
Does it sound like anything when it goes through the wall?
It kind of makes a rumbling noise as it slides into the wall, but once it's in there, there's not much sound.
So,
I
how
wouldn't have made that sound.
exactly
Just saying.
is it supposed to communicate with us what it's scouted?
Does it need to communicate with us?
How do we know
If it doesn't
what's...
come back, then it's dead.
Okay.
All right. A moment later, we'll just say that like a couple of seconds pass, and suddenly you hear a very familiar sound. Actually, You hear the sound of it sounds almost exactly like one of Zu'lin's bombs going off down this long hallway.
I think there's an alchemist in there.
Lovely. See? Plenty of useful information and no one got exploded.
All right, Val, you want to take lead or should Stavik?
Keep in mind that they now know that we are coming exactly.
Girl, they knew we were
Well,
here when we were killing all
I
these
would
things.
imagine the 7 bombs that you threw also alerted them that we were here. But no,
Or
it's the
me
giant stone
running
statue
into
that's
the
the problem.
the door that I tried to break down. I think that might have also
Same
been
room,
an
probably.
indication.
Well,
I believe that would have been more of an issue. I think my bombs were quite quiet this time.
or the
Um,
screams of the... It's fine.
Call
I
me
guess-
a nervous Nelly, but
You're a nervous
that
Nelly.
seems to be a rather...
Nice one, bro.
You did ask for it.
It's over abundance of caution, but that's a very long hallway, and there could be
I will
tripwires and traps.
I'm going to
and
be
things
checking
like
with
that.
traps.
Don is going to walk over to you, Stavik, and say, I don't think you're a nervous Nelly.
I'm gonna check for traps.
Oh, thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
let's
it.
go away.
You got it.
25.
Looking down the hallway, you don't notice any traps.
Looks good to me.
Shall we
So
head
that
in?
means it's good.
Requiem
that's good.
Rhapsody, would you like to take the lead? Just
No,
in
actually,
case.
that's a good idea this time.
Thank
They're
you,
gonna
girls.
moonwalk down the hallway.
They moonwalk down the hallway.
You don't think if they exploded or something that would damage their brooches, do you?
Well, they likely could be repaired if that was the case.
Okay.
Also, is the hallway supposed to be completely
I
dark?
can't
Oh, it's
see
dark.
shit.
It's dark as hell, yeah. So if
Oh.
anyone here wants to have a light source,
Um,
Oh, yes. Xander will tap his earring and then cast light on it for those who can't see.
you got it. Light source incoming. Xander is now a light source.
thank you. Thought I might
Not
trip.
a problem.
I'm going to, before we go in there, cast invisibility.
Okay.
And
Don,
I will.
this way.
Watch your step, folks. I'm vanishing.
Where did he go? So, door open, please, ladies.
All right. Requiem is going to push the door open, and as they do, we get to roll initiative.
Yum, yum, yum. What's behind the fucking door?
Owen.
Ugh.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, for someone, right? Is that like a threat? Is that what we're doing here?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I rolled so high on initiative this time. It's a 6.
You did so good.
20. Unnatural.
Okay.
We call him dirty. That's
Yeah,
a
we call him-
dirty 20 you got.
Mm.
Awesome. All right. NPC rolls. There we go. All right. Stavik, you win initiative with a 2005. Go for it.
Oh, I don't think I'm winning. All right. So we're gonna. It is paused at the moment.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Actually, I can only go up to the doorway.
All right. Well, Stavik, as you approach the doorway, let me tell you what you see in here.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, there are lights in the room. All right. And what you see is the door swings open ahead of you. The air immediately shifts, no longer just acrid fumes of alchemy, but something sharper, something that burns the lungs and clings to the skin. A heavy
I believe
haze
you
of
there.
chemical vapor hangs in the air here. twisting in iridescent tendrils above the bubbling flasks and simmering compounds along the western wall's alchemy table. Sorry, apologies, southern wall's alchemy table. Glass tubes spiral and coil, carrying unidentified liquids through their lengths, while others are capped, their contents roiling as if alive. The whole setup hisses and pops, delicate flames licking the underside of bubbling mixtures. The workspace is a chaotic yet disturbingly precise dance of mad science. But the true horror is the thing at the center of it all. The mad alchemist doesn't look up immediately. His delicate, clawed fingers continued their deliberate, measured movements, adjusting a thin needle into a beaker of viscous black fluid. His frame is gaunt and unnaturally tall. His pale skin is stretched tight across sharp, angular bones, giving him the appearance of a man who has long since abandoned the needs of the flesh in pursuit of his work. Then he turns, and for a moment, there is nothing but an eerie glint of gold. One of his eyes is unnatural and reptilian, gleaming from a mismatched eye socket stitched crudely into place. The surrounding flesh slightly reddened, as if his body still fights against its presence. The gold-slit pupil contracts sharply, studying the intruders, you guys, with a look not of fear, but of mild annoyance, like a man interrupted at a most inconvenient moment. His remaining human eye is sharp and calculating, scanning you with clinical interest, as if already dissecting you with his mind. His thin lips curled downward in distaste. "Unacceptable," he mutters, barely above a whisper, his voice low and rasping, touched with exhaustion. His long-fingered, claw-tipped hand flicks through the air, signaling his remaining creations into action. The movement is effortless, dismissive, as if he's already planned for this intrusion, as if it were merely another variable in a grand experiment. Then, as the sound of mutant flesh stirring to attack fills the chamber, the alchemist himself moves. His hands do not reach for a weapon. They move with fluid precision across his alchemical instruments, selecting flasks and vials as he prepares. His eyes narrow, and he says, "Fine. Let's see what you're made of." The room then erupts, glass shattering, compounds igniting into bursts of flame as the battle begins. Stavik, you see into the room. What would you do?
All right. I notice a lot. So, I think this is a bottleneck at the moment, so I'm going to move. I'm going to use a double move.
Okay, double
and
move, you
get
got it.
and move all the way in as close
Okay.
as I can
You got
to
it.
the.
You can move up to 40 feet there. That is totally fine.
Oh, that was a poor choice. That
as
was
you
a
step
really,
inside,
really,
As
really.
you come around the corner, you do see there is an alchemical beast waiting in the corner, as well as an alchemical abomination to your north. And you find yourself happily now between the two. That is
That
your
was a
turn.
really
That takes
bad
us on
choice on my
to
part.
Bastion. Bastion is going to step into the room, bow still in hand, and he is going to look around and take a shot at this alchemist. Hey, fuck you, buddy. And he's going to fire at him, and he's going to strike that alchemist for a couple of points of damage, barely injuring the alchemist. And that takes us on to the Mad Alchemist's turn. And what he is, and that's what he is going to do is, well, he's got some bombs, and he's not afraid to use them.
I thought he was more
Okay.
annoyed personally.
Well,
Yeah.
now he's mad. He got shot.
Yeah.
He got shot, so he's not happy about that. All right, well, he's going to focus on the big guy with the sword coming at him. So he's going to throw a couple of bombs as he uses the fast bombs ability. And he is going to throw that at Stavik. Stavik, that is, let's see, your touch is 12. He's going to hit you with both bombs. Each one strikes you for 19 points of fire damage. That takes you down to 9 hit points.
Don't
Oh
like
my
that.
god.
Yeah, but the alchemists are scary. They do a lot
Hey,
of
we were
damage.
so close to bingo
We
though.
know
Like
that they're scary.
silver
All
linings.
right? We're especially scared by one.
That is the alchemist's turn, and that takes us on to Louie.
Yeah, sure
Get
does.
him, Louie fur.
How far should I move in? Should I be careful?
You're a free man. You can make choices for yourself, Louie, right?
It's a brave one.
I'm sorry about earlier. And Louie will move past Xander very gently, not like pushing or anything, and will kind of measure a little bit, and then he'll stop right before Rhapsody and Requiem, and he will hold an action for casting an ice bolt if he sees something monstrous or hittable that wishes ill will upon our party. And that will be his turn for now. So it's a held action.
Okay. That will take us on then to Valentino.
You are muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Better race up ahead into this room. Still invisible. Not got the range to run up to this dude and stab him.
Could always just wait until you get there, though. Get that sneak attack in.
I'm double checking that if I can do. Do we need more than point blank shot to get ranged sneak attacks? I just need within 30 feet, right?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much,
I think
yeah.
so.
Okay.
If
Then I'm
you
going
do,
to.
if you do sneak attack with your melee, are you able to do multiple attacks or just one attack?
Just the one,
Okay,
I believe. Right? Or am I wrong?
Oh yeah, it's just on the first attack with invisibility.
gotcha.
All right. So then I'm gonna try and shoot him
Okay.
because I don't know that my invisibility will last too long because I feel like these things have ways around it. So pop him with that crossbow for a 17 to hit.
17 is not enough to hit his flat-footed.
Okay. Well, that's that.
He appears to be extremely tough. Unusually
Pull.
tough for a human. All right, that takes us on to Raps. What is Raps up to?
Raps is going to go in and attack the most threatening-looking creature.
Okay. Easy peasy. Moves in to swing at the alchemical beast to the south. That is going to hit for 5 points of damage. All right, that same alchemical beast is up now, and rather than mauling Stavik to death, it's going to instead attack Rhapsody. So that is going to be a claw bite against Rhapsody. That is 1 claw hit and 1 bite hit. Rhapsody is struck for 9 bludgeoning and let's see, this has to be reduced by 5, I believe. Yes, 5.
That's correct.
So that is going to be, instead of 14, 9. There we go. So 9 bludgeoning and 9 slashing after adjustments. So 18 total damage to Rhapsody, and that is the beast's turn. Requiem. Same thing as the first?
Yes, I think Requiem will go help her sister.
Okay. Moves in, and this is going to provoke an AOO.
Totally fine.
That is going to hit for 8 damage. All right, and then Requiem gets in there with a sword, swings back, and strikes for 6 in return. Damage back and forth all over the place. Zu'lin, you are up.
Alrighty, so some fun stuff ahead, hopefully. Zu'lin's going to work his way, scooting past Xander until he's behind Louie.
Okay.
At which point, he's going to put a vial. This one is a kind of a purplish at this point.
Mhm.
And he's going to load this into a syringe,
No.
point it towards Louie,
No.
and fire it into Bastion.
Oh, okay.
And what I am imbuing Bastion with is the essence of a dire wolf mutagen.
Oh boy.
Hmm.
Okay.
Rawr.
Well, Bastion has
Okay.
a AC of 10 here. So go ahead and make your syringe bolt attack.
Got it.
So that'll work. All right. It strikes, and you are using a direwolf mutagen on Bastion.
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully it gives us something good. We'll see.
Yeah, I like it.
And that is as much as Zu'lin can do in this turn.
Sounds good. All right, Dawn is up. She's going to move forward, double moving into the room. Bastard sword out.
Bastard swords out, bros.
That's her move. Takes us on to Xander.
Xander is going to kind of reach out, and he's going to draw a circle in the air above him, and it's going to begin glowing, and there's going to be a small rain of stars that fall above him as he casts Sanctuary on himself.
You got it. Sanctuary on yourself. All right, you now have a will save DC 16 to anyone that tries to attack you.
Mm-hmm.
All righty, and a move action after that.
He'll move up to stand next to Zu'lin.
Sounds good.
Good old
That takes
chum.
us on to an alchemical abomination. And this thing is going to 5-foot step to the southwest, and it is going to full attack, sending one slam attack against Dawn and one slam attack against Bastion, hitting both targets. Dawn is struck for 10, and Bastion is struck for 15.
Oh shit!
All right, that is its turn, and that takes us on to round 2. Stavik, you are up.
Stavik is going to take a 5-foot step.
Okay.
Stavik is going to go into lunge stance, and he's going to full attack the alchemist.
You're welcome to do so.
All right, so rather than going to lunge stance, why don't you 5-foot step towards him?
He already 5-foot stepped.
Oh, you did? I missed.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah.
the
Oh,
action
yeah, yeah.
started.
Yep.
Okay, never mind then. I looked away for
And-
just a second.
That's
all
no
good.
worries. Full attack
Hey, very nice.
for a nat 20 with a 22 confirmation.
22 does not confirm.
I'm
You do hit him for 9.
I'm going to. How many do I have left? I'm going to utilize a hero point to see if we can confirm that.
Okay. All right. It'll turn a 9 damage shot into a 16 damage shot, so that is fine.
And,
So
and
D20 plus 11.
24.
24 will confirm.
Yes.
So you get a critical hit card. This is slashing damage.
Kills alchemists.
Right.
Wow, that's really specific.
All right.
Lethal diarrhea.
All right. That's going to do a bit of con damage as well as actual damage. So that's not bad. So that's going to hit for 16. Crunch. And then he's going to take a little bit of con damage on top of that. Okay.
That's great.
Fantastic.
That's effectively just doing a shit ton more damage.
Indeed, it lowers his max HP. So he is now injured. And that will take us on to Bastion. And Bastion is going to look around at what he can do next, and he is going to continue firing his bow. Actually, sorry, no, he's in melee range now of this abomination to the north. So he's going to drop his bow, 5 foot step to the northeast, pull his rapier, and get into melee. That will hit for 7 damage. All right, that is his turn. And that will take us on to the Mad Alchemist. Ba, 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 ba.
And he's quite angry
Let's
at
see.
us.
He is. He's quite cross after everything that's happened. So what he's going to do is, still standing here, he is going to provoke an attack of opportunity because he's going to make a ranged attack without moving.
Oh, okay.
Get his ass.
Let's
He's going
hope
to go
it
for
works.
the most targets he can hit with one bomb, which is going to be throwing a bomb at Rhapsody.
Fuck. Okay.
So that is going to deal potential damage here. I need a reflex save from Valentino, and I'll roll the ones for Requiem as well. Requiem is going to fail both saves. Valentino, 10 will fail. And one more, because it was 2 bombs.
Oh, there's 2 bombs. Sorry.
Yeah, this fucker throws 2 bombs at a time. He's a
I
little
didn't
bitch.
know he did it again. 14. That's not much better.
All right, both fail as well. So, Valentino, you were going to take 16 points of, let's see, it's fire damage. So, you're fine.
Yeah.
All right. And
So just a
Requiem
single
will take
attack?
16 damage, fire, and then Rhapsody is going to take 18 damage, followed by 16 damage, and will drop. So, Rhapsody is burned down. Stavik, you get to make an attack of opportunity, because this guy just provoked
Wonderful.
by doing that.
Get him.
17 misses.
Oh.
Supposed to roll better than that, Stavik. What are you doing?
All right, Louie, you have initiative.
Yeah.
Feel free to step on into that room and see what you can see.
Yeah. What did I notice walking closer?
Give me a perception check.
You got it. That's a nat 20, baby girl.
Okay, well, this was rather difficult to tell, but you can see that this alchemist seems to have a bunch of different alchemical protections and processes going on. Like, he's buffed to hell and back. So he's got all kinds of different like shields and armors and natural armor bonuses on himself, which is why he's not taking a whole lot of damage when you guys are hitting him and why he's hard to hit. So
I
you do
see.
notice some of the stuff though, and that is that the table he's standing next to is covered in volatile chemicals, a lot of volatile chemicals that are not shielded or protected or armored in any way. And you think that, you know, they might not mix well together. So that's a potential attack point.
All right. Anything else of note I should ask since it's a nat 20?
No, that's everything. You determine that there's a bunch of easily mixed volatile chemical compounds on that table that...
I'm going to throw an ice bolt at it.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. That is a nat 20 to hit it.
That is, and since it's an inanimate object, its touch AC is 10, so that will crit.
Fuck yes.
All right. So let me explain what happens.
Yeah.
Louie, you step into the room, you conjure an ice bolt, and you throw this across the room. And at first, this alchemist thinks that you're shooting at him, and he just kind of has this sort of smirk on his face. It's very obvious you're going to miss him. And then he realizes that it is on target to not hit him, but to hit the very explosive table right next to him.
I happen to be a monster hunter.
And
you...
his eyes go wide for just a moment before the table is going to fully explode.
happen to be a monster.
The table blows up, and both Stavik and the Alchemist are thrown from the blast in opposite directions. And luckily for Stavik, he's not a living creature, because the various goo on that table are also thrown with the explosion and splatter everything within about 10 feet of that table. So, yeah, the Alchemist is thrown from the explosion. Stavik is thrown from the explosion. The table is destroyed. And the Alchemist and Stavik are both splattered with a whole bunch of garbage. And the Alchemist is now screaming. And, yeah, that is...
Oh, not
That's
so
pretty
big
rough.
and tough anymore, are you?
So what he's going to do is reaches for something around his neck and grabs it and is going to disappear in a puff of sparks.
Motherfucker.
And that is Louie's turn. Valentino, you are up.
How did he do that? That wasn't even his turn.
It's an immediate action.
All right. Let's see. So half my speed right now is 25. That's still on. Oh, okay. So if I do acrobatics to do all that stuff, I'm able to pass like over things. I forget.
If you acrobatics through someone's space, you
Mhm.
can do that. It just raises the DC by 10.
By 10?
Yeah.
Is it per person's space that I go through?
No, it's their CMD plus 10 becomes the new
Hell
target.
yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna jump right over this motherfucker's head.
Okay. All right. Go ahead with your acrobatics.
That is a 31.
That is not enough.
Oh!
Do I get hit or
Oh no!
do I not make
What-
the move?
What? So you do make the move. You just provoke.
Okay, I'll take it.
Alrighty. You rush over, and it is going to swing at you, and it rolled a 2 and misses.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
And
You
then we
have a
stab
standard
this
action
boy.
left. And you are now flanking.
We are now flanking. And now he will taste Ignacio's sting. That was a 31 for
Hey.
critical threat and a 30 to confirm.
Confirm critical hit.
So that's 25.
That is 25, and it is a piercing critical. So that will do 25 points of damage, and target gains 1 point of bleed that will increase by 1 point per round until healed.
Fun.
So like when I'm doing my flip over him, he swings for me and just
Mhm.
narrowly misses, and I slash down to get like right where the skull is attached to the tongue thing.
Yep.
And like don't completely sever it, but get it so that it's bleeding heavily.
Yeah, there's like a vein now that's like an artery rather that's like flailing out of its tongue, and it's spurting blood, and it's ripping out more and more as time goes on. The bleed is getting worse.
Holy shit! Do you see that? I mean, that was That was good.
Beardy,
right. Yes.
just to be fair, when it exploded,
Yes.
I figured flying back. Would you like a reflex to not land prone?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Well, I wanted.
Yeah, if you want to, go ahead.
It sounds like he wants
Sounds
it
good.
since he's asking about it.
Go, give it.
No, I'm,
Give me
I'm
that.
trying
Just
to
roll it,
be-
dude.
I'm-
Roll it.
I mean, you brought it up. Like, this is only on
Yeah,
you
I know,
now.
but I just 24.
Hey, you're fine. Just
You're
standing.
fine, bro.
All good. All right. Alchemical Beast is up. It is going to attack Requiem. Claw, bite incoming. That is going to be 1 claw and 1 bite hit for 12 damage total. There we go. That will take us on to Requiem. That is going to attack back at this thing. That is going to miss and take us on to Zu'lin.
All right, so Zu'lin is going to walk in front of Louie, finally exiting out of this hallway. And if I remember, so we last saw the Alchemist. Was he standing between, like, right over here between the chairs? Is that where he
He
last
got blown
was?
back into another area, Zu'lin, and then turned invisible.
Oh, now there's more
So,
fire.
so continue the question. That's the last base I saw him,
You're
correct?
right. We're
Yes.
about here.
Okay, I'm going to throw a bomb right there.
Okay, you got it.
But not point blank.
I think I started a fire on accident, guys.
That is most unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh no, all this
All right.
information gets
No.
burned up.
So not the best throw, so it's going to land
No.
somewhere.
It's gonna land over there. It's fine. It hits the ground, blows up, does a bunch of fire damage. But yeah, no, it doesn't have any other noticeable effect.
Zu'lin started a
Screaming.
fire too.
Yeah, Zu'lin started a fire as well. It's very everybody's starting fires now.
It happens.
It happens, you know. Fires happen. It's all good. All right, Dawn is up, and she's going to 5-foot step forward and use that bastard sword of hers and make an attack. That is going to miss, and that is her turn. Xander, you're up.
Okay. Xander is going to walk up a little bit so that he is next to Louie and so he can see this place a little bit better. And then he's going to reach out a hand and make a swirling gesture. And as he does, the air is going to rip open around this alchemical beast, and a cloud of purple miasma is going to appear.
Okay. Gotcha. That is a 20-foot radius burst. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. And it's going.
And I'm assuming you want to hit it to where it doesn't hit your allies?
Yep, it's gonna be
Okay.
like that.
There we go. All right, you throw out a cloud of stinking miasma. That is going to be a fortitude save from the creature, and it is going to fail, and that means it is going to become nauseated.
Done.
You just done thrown out a stinking cloud of miasma and poof, we's over.
Mhm. So now this creature is now bleeding and vomiting at the same time. Ah, delicious.
Stink bomb. I love it.
Okay, that is Xander's standard action and move action. Anything else from Xander?
Yep, that's it for me.
I approve the
All
color.
right, Alchemical Abomination is up, and it is going to move and provoke 3 attacks of opportunity.
Hey, is the attack of opportunity made like at the start of the move? Am I flanking?
Yeah, it is flanking for the AOO. Yeah.
Sweet. Nice.
All right. Oh shit, Bastion.
Oh fuck.
Oh my! You guys both crit him.
Yes!
Holy motherfucking shit.
You guys both crit him. I also
This
forgot
tonight.
to hit Bastion's sneak attack damage.
Same here.
That's annoying.
Is it, does you double the dice or is it just the static bonus there for?
It's just a static bonus. It doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 10 more for me.
And it'll be. Let me check him real quick.
I hope
Sneak
that fucking
attack
mad scientist
damage.
is choking on
Yeah.
that miasma.
I can only assume that this guy is covered in weak points with how many crits we're getting.
Oh yeah, no, he's pretty screwed.
We're
So-
like, hey, I just noticed he's like 30% testicles. Just stab anywhere and it hurts.
All
Just
right, so
covered
that is
in ball
11
sacks.
11 damage from the crit from Bastion, 15 damage from the crit from Valentino, plus the 10 sneak attack, plus 9 sneak attacks. So 19 more damage, and those 2 sneaks will kill it. So it dies from its AOs. And that was even before Dawn got to swing, so she would have also gotten to attack. That is its turn, and that takes us to the beginning of round 3. Stavik, you are up.
All right. I'm gonna stay there, utilizing lunge stance and full attack.
Okay.
First is only a 22. Second is a critical threat, which I hope confirms with 23.
Yeah. 25-23 is a critical confirm.
Yay!
So that is 9 damage on the first shot, followed by 20 damage on the second shot, plus a crit card. And in this case, that is going to be Severed Spine. 3d6 dex damage.
Goddamn.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So-
Okay.
Yeah,
What
it's
is
one of the
with our
stronger
rolls
cards.
today? I'm glad. I'm like, who wished on a monkey's paw for us to get all these crits?
All right.
Me.
Go and roll me
don't know.
3d6.
Oh, you got it. And that's a 1.
If
2,
you roll
3.
max, you could paralyze it right now.
Oh shit!
No.
Yes!
Oh
Six,
my
six.
god!
Ooh.
Well,
I don't-
it is paralyzed.
This will come back to bite you
15 dex
later.
damage. Creature is paralyzed. It is now prone, paralyzed, and that is Stavik's turn. Bastion is up. Bastion is going to walk over and prepare to coup de grace next round. That takes us on to Louie.
Oh, Mr. Alchemist, where are you? Is there any chance that I could vibe out the area and see if I could have sensed where our little friend ran off to?
You can make a spellcraft if you'd like to try
I
to
would love
identify
to.
what the hell that was.
I would love to. That is a 25.
That was a teleportation spell.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker.
Yup.
There's a door.
Yeah,
There-
but
there-
there's a miasma. Which is not your fault. I'm not saying. He just turns around to Xander. I'm not saying it's your fault. And then he moves his hand, and he's like, "Should I hit that thing, Bastion, or do you got it? Do you want me to care?"
We got it. It's not moving anymore. I'm pretty sure it's fucked.
Gotcha. Jeez. Just looks around the room. I'll wait.
Well, if you wouldn't mind helping put out these fires.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Valentino's going to spend his turn doing exactly that.
Okay, you begin putting out fires.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I would have moved
takes
and
us on-
done that. That's cool.
It's all good. It takes us on to the Alchemical Beast. It can't do anything on its turn. That takes us on to Requiem. Requiem is going to slash at it for 7 damage. And that will take us on to Zu'lin. What would you like to do?
Zu'lin's going to go around firefighting.
You got it. Dawn's up. She'll do the same firefighting. Xander, you're up.
Can I also
Xander.
move?
Yeah, that's fine. It's all good. Combat's basically done.
Xander is going to curl his hands in front of him as if he is shaping something, and then he's going to flick it forward. And I would like to cast a battering blast at that door.
Battering blast. Okay, you actually can't see the door currently. So, do you need
Oh.
do you need to be able to see it to do that?
How can we not see it?
There's a cloud in the way.
Oh, the miasma. Okay.
Yeah, it blocks vision.
Did not know that.
So
Pretty sure it blocks vision. Almost positive it blocks vision.
Probably, if it's a cloud. Yeah, that makes sense. In that case, Xander will just snap his hands and his fingers and dismiss the miasma.
Okay. You dismiss the miasma as a standard action. All right. You have move action left.
That's it.
Alrighty. That takes us on to Stavik. Stavik, would you like to coup de grace?
I would.
All right. So what you do is when you make your attack, there's a little window that pops up at the top where it says attack roll dice. Just type in 20. Just
got
type in 20 under attack roll.
Okay.
Dice.
And
And then
then
single
single
attack.
attack?
Yep. There we go. So that is going to deal 20 points of damage. And that is going to kill the target. And that is going to end combat. There we go. All right. So you guys spend some time firefighting as best you can. And after casting some spells and beating the fire out, you get it pretty much under control after a few seconds.
You don't need to beat a fire out. You just have to ask it to go away for a little bit.
Yeah.
Zu'lin is scouring for work notes.
Okay, there are some notes on the table. Some of them got scorched a little bit, but you think some of them are still usable. And then also Louie has found his way to the door on the east side of the room.
Yeah, I'm just checking it over. Got a nice 12 for my perception. Just checking for traps.
Quiet,
here.
but there's also a lot of noise in the room, so you're not sure.
Hi.
Ooh, that's a low roll. 21.
You listen at the door, and you don't hear anything on the other side.
I think
He'll
it's
shrug.
fine. Val, do you want to do your thing and check that the door's open first or not?
Like,
Just
grabs the handle and turns it.
Yeah.
Does it?
amazing. Nice
My
job
thing, yeah.
unlocking it.
I don't know if I would call that my thing. Like, it's kind of
No,
just
it's
one of
totally
the
your
many
thing.
Things. I mean, if we're gonna start calling things my thing, it's gonna start sounding bad to the rest of you. I don't want to make you feel bad.
Doesn't make me feel bad at all.
Correct,
So anyway, the
okay.
door opens into a 25-foot long hallway that ends in another door.
Xander, that goes to the other room, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
All right.
Requiem looks down at the fallen body of Rhapsody and then walks back over to stand next to Xander.
Also, once I have grabbed everything I want, do I see anything else other than notes?
No, not. I mean, anything that was like value on the table is fully exploded. So, nothing left there.
Zu'lin, there seems to be a desk over here.
As as Stavik turns to Dawn.
How badly are you injured? Are you okay?
Oh, I've taken worse injuries before. I think you're worse off than I am. She says, like, gently putting a hand on your shoulder.
That seems to be a standard.
Are we able to heal our friend?
Xander will drop several wand charges on Dawn.
On Dawn?
On Dawn? Oh, shit. All right, well, Dawn, oof. Now she's going to die after that second one.
Hardy har har. You know it's a healing wand.
Let's see here. So the first was an inflict. So 7 for Stavik. There we go. And then we get some light wands. That is going to be a 5 for Dawn, followed by an 8 for Dawn. Dawn is fully
good.
healed. She good.
She has like
Thank you so
no
much,
HP.
Xander.
She has HP of a Cheez-It.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, she took that
Little
wall
one
pretty
Cheez-It.
good.
It's like a pretty stale Cheez-It.
Mm-hmm.
will Rhapsody
7
be
more
able
for
to be
Stavik.
healed later?
She'll come back on her own.
Oh, okay. All right, everyone ready? I want to kick this guy's ass.
All right.
Xeno, did you find?
Sorry.
Zu'lin, did
Yes,
you happen
Xeno.
to? Did you see? Did you see anything?
You just see Zu'lin packing paper into a bag.
Just shoveling everything into a
Anything you
backpack.
find, you just get their personal journal. Today I
Xeno said
made
he's
my
fine.
mouse even awfuler. It was great.
Those are Zulin's notes.
Yeah, I figured that they're pretty similar. It's like, oh, I can
okay.
spirit.
He's the mad alchemist. I'm the indifferent alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
Stavik goes up, steps up to Requiem, and
You both fought valiantly. Thank you for all that you do.
and continues on.
Requiem does not make any indication that it heard or cared what you said.
I'm not quite sure that your newfound friends have such sentience.
You guys ready to go?
Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead and listen through the door real quick.
You got it.
That's a 19.
Valentino, you listen at the door and you don't hear anything on the other side. Sounds quiet.
Kick it open. I would just open it.
All right. You kick the door open, and beyond this door is something simple, this unremarkable door, and it leads to something unexpectedly human. The air here is still, untouched by the acrid fumes and the unsettling biological stenches that saturate the rest of this layer. Instead, there is a faint scent of aged parchment, dried herbs, and something faintly metallic, like old ink and oxidized blood. The room itself is small, unassuming, even disappointingly mundane compared to everything else in this place. There is a double bed, slightly disheveled but functional, resting against one wall. Its mattress is worn and thin, the blankets stiff from age, as if rarely used. A dresser stands nearby, its drawers partially open, revealing clothing that is plain, practical, and normal. Folded tunics, dark trousers, well-worn gloves, the wardrobe of a man who cares little for luxury and everything for function. Against the far wall, there is a chest sitting open. Its wood reinforced with simple iron bands contains carefully counted supply of coins stacked neatly into rows, the majority of it platinum. Unlike the other room, this one lacks any horrors. There are no bloodstains marring the floor, no twisted remains of failures littering the corners. There's no restraints, no tools of experimentation, only a man's private space. And yet, it's deeply unsettling. This room is not one of comfort, it is one of habit, a place where this mad alchemist would close his eyes for a few hours at a time before returning to the only thing that seemed to truly matter to him. Here in this strange, unadorned bedchamber is the last proof that that man was ever human at all.
Oof.
Look, there's a bunch of money in here.
There's a bunch of money in here. Oh, shit, money? Let's go.
All right, hold on,
Bastion
hold on.
moves
I'm
forward.
gonna poke the chest and then subsequently the bed with my
Sure.
sword.
Yeah, that's fine. You poke both with your weapon and nothing happens.
They are not mimics. All right.
They don't appear to be mimics.
Hmm.
What, did you take a vacation in the Steam Isle before?
Look, I'm just saying, when you run into a bunch of weird shit like this, and then you run into just a chest in a bed, those are like the top two.
Everyone
These are
knows
bedroom
that
basics.
mimics are tiny pieces scattered around the floor in ancient tombs alone. This doesn't really fit their normal hunting area.
Well, you can't be too careful.
Louie looks around disappointed and then leaves the room.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll
Bastion takes a look at the coins and is like mentally counting them all. There's a lot here.
Oh yeah.
Anything
Do
under
you
the
want
bed?
to? No.
Yeah.
Bed is there's nothing under it, and it's sort of just a little disheveled. Looks old, threadbare.
Can I detect magic in the area?
There is no magic within this room.
There's no
Cool.
magic. Zu'lin, before we
Zool
take
to
these
Valentino.
coins. Bird. Before we take these, is there if you were stashing your stuff and you didn't have any way to magically protect it, would you have a way to like chemically mark it?
I would see no reason to if I were to receive such a large proportion of currency. I would be spending it for research, not hoarding it.
Okay, that's not really helpful in this situation, but okay. But I mean, is that a
Well-
thing you feel like you could do? You think that's happened here?
Well, I could definitely probably apply a chemical, and when I apply another, make it change colors. So in a sense, yes, I could mark it, although I do not see the reason to.
Yeah, you know what? I don't fucking care. I'm gonna start taking money.
All right. So you start grabbing coins out, and that will amount to 1,000 platinum coins and 200 gold coins.
I'm sorry. What does I beg your pardon?
1,000 platinum coins and 200 gold coins.
10,200
bad.
gold.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad.
See, this, like I said, this is why this alchemist sucked. He wasn't spending his money.
Yeah, really.
Could have had a whole Relodyne set.
And the warranties.
it.
And that's it. 3 Relodyne cages with paid warranty. No loans.
Hey, you say that, but one of those broke open, he would have gotten a replacement.
Exactly. They would have brought the cage to his mangled corpse.
Not after they didn't hear back, they wouldn't have done nothing.
No.
All right.
All right. So as you guys take anything else of interest or value out of this place, which is
Yeah,
some
stop
alchemical
reading this book.
supplies, some notes, and those coins, you find that there's nothing left alive. All of the various experiments and failures and whatnot have all been slain, and this place is now cleansed. With that, you guys can head back out of the underground lair, back to the Burgos map.
Also, because it wasn't mentioned, did anything happen with the mutagen?
Oh, sorry, with the one that hit Bastion?
Yeah, did he?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I apologize. When you hit him with that, his ears kind of shifted and moved to the top of his head and became like wolf's ears. A tail popped out from his back, and started wagging uncontrollably. And he kind of hunched forward a little bit, and yeah, his hands kind of got a little furry, and he got claws on the ends of his fingers.
Can you? I was gonna actually ask if you can imbue with Bastion with Golden Retriever essence, but it's clear that he already has plenty.
But yeah, he can't stop his tail from wagging, and like he keeps like trying to grab it, and, like turn around and like grab it, but it keeps getting out of his like it keeps moving away from his hands. It's a real funny situation that he just ends up kind of spinning around in a circle for a while.
So what I'm getting is that I have the capability of creating furries to the like 2/3 scale, not the full anthro. It's
Not
at
the full
2/3.
anthro, no,
It's the anime
yeah,
with the ears and tail
exactly.
and
Yeah,
arms.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
Well, a little bit of like some hands, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if while we're exiting the building, Bastion's tail is still wagging while we're walking out, Louie's just
Yeah, he
gonna
doesn't know what to do about it.
grab it.
He freezes.
Oh, can
bro?
you feel that?
Yeah, what are you doing back there, bro?
Sorry,
It's kinda
it just kept
ticklish.
moving around, so I don't know. I grabbed it.
Thanks.
Louie releases the tail.
It starts wagging again.
Louie grabs it.
He freezes.
God damn it.
He lets go.
You can guess what it does next. Are you having fun, bro?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Louie will attempt to not giggle the entire way out of that area.
Well, a few minutes later, those traits eventually disappear.
Should I have scratched behind your ears before those went away?
Maybe. That might have felt interesting.
Also, before we leave, Zu'lin would have collected some of those reagents that were in the
Wonderful.
original room that we were in.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I will get a full document of that built here for you shortly. Of all of the lovely things that you have liberated from that laboratory.
Woo. No survivors.
Was any of the papers signed or anything like that?
Not that you saw. No.
Okay.
Mostly research notes. Scribbled
signed
scribbled
bad
madness. Yeah.
Just wanted to
So
see
sweet.
if he was one of those narcissists that puts his name at the end of entries.
I will say before we leave, Xander will be going around, and the spot where the alchemist was originally standing before he got blown up and sent to the other spot, he's going to lean down and take out a piece of paper and like soak up all the blood on the ground that he can find.
Nice.
Okay. There's not much blood. I mean, it pretty much was burned away during the explosion. So,
Okay.
like, the
just
wounds
take the
mostly
residue.
cauterized. So there's not really much residue from the alchemist.
All right.
Let's see. So with that, the party makes their way out of the area and continues along the road until that evening. And you travel the rest of the day, making camp at the end of May the 4th of 808. So, anything anyone would like to do camping for the last time before reaching Pentris?
I have one really quick thing. We don't need the map, though.
Sure. What would you
Okay.
like to do?
Louie at some point is going to touch the side of Xander's arm and just look up at him. Hey, can I just talk to you really quick about something?
You are talking to me right now?
Privately. Please?
Sure.
Okay, come on. And Louie will walk a little bit a ways from the camp, picking up sticks for the fire at least while he's doing so. So he's being a good busybody at least at the same time.
Xander will follow along.
I just wanted to say, last night I was a jerk, and I know when I apologize, you say, "Oh, Louie, there's nothing to apologize for," but I think in this case, maybe it would be actually good for me to apologize in this instance, because I was a dick, and I'm sorry. And I hope you can find it in yourself to forgive me. But I will nonetheless be working towards making it up to you. Because I was cruel.
Xander is going to seem to ponder that for a little bit, and then after a moment he'll say, "Thank you, Louie. I appreciate the apology, and I'll think on it."
Of course. That's all I could ask. Nonetheless, if you need anything, please don't be afraid to ask, okay?
I'm never afraid to ask.
Good. I'm glad. You're not a
Not
monster,
in-
so you don't need to be worried about me.
That's good to know. And he'll head back.
And Louie will finish up his chores for the night, but that's all that I wanted.
All Zu'lin does is he sets up traps for rabbits and mice, and will offer a few mice to Parsnip.
Parsnip happily devours them. It's a little bit bigger.
Stavik. Oh, God.
Well, we're gonna notice Parsnip if you see him bigger.
It's now about
be
the
like-
size of a human fist.
Zoo, where'd you get that mole?
Stavik would talked with Dawn, and
It was very fun today. I know it was scary, but it was nice fighting by your side.
You moved with great grace in such
Thank you.
horrors.
Huh?
Is
Oh.
that
Fought terrible things. I mean, there were all kinds of things that I used to hunt where I was from. This wasn't that much different.
Screw's taking a moment with a.
Should I have been more scared?
No. Just even seeing these abominations, it gives me great pause. That
Kind of turns, gives a side eye towards Zu'lin.
You have
It
no eyes.
is. Okay, well,
Dawn just kind of shrugs and is like, I have seen lots of things that are disturbing, but in the heat of battle, one doesn't have time to lose their composure over things like that.
Also, as you side face Zu'lin, you just see him holding a rumbling box.
Tasmanian devil inside? Oh my god.
I'm very nervous to get to Pentris as the unknown of meeting my daughter again. Will she accept me? Will she curse me? I do not know, but should it... I would be happy if you also, with you there with me.
Of course. I have no intention of leaving your side.
And after all, Stavik, whatever comes to pass will come to pass in either case.
Though for the
That is
record,
true.
your fear of the unknown and your reconciliation with your daughter is the least you have to worry about in Ventress.
Would you care to share?
No.
Louie's writing in his spell book, and maybe he was sipping on water. He just happens to choke on it at that moment.
Is there a peculiar reason why?
I mean, I can think of one. I don't know if it's what Xander's thinking of.
I think I know what you are thinking of, but it is not what I am thinking of.
Stavik, you remember we talked about the other night? It looks like you do not remember.
Are you
Sandra's
referring
gonna-
to
we talk. I
the-
talked with I talked with Dawn about my family and all. And what do you mean?
I
Is that
assume you
and
were
that's the end of it for you? All right. I mean, I'll let you make your own decisions.
Pause. This is Skrewy not remembering.
You're talking about the right conversation. What you just said there.
I'm assuming you're referring to the reason why we are here in general in the party. As
well,
well, direct
That's.
towards,
I mean, that is true.
Valentino.
That's not the way I'm referring to. There's that too, though. I guess we will be, possibly busy. Just like, how do I put this? How many big surprises do you want to offload on your family at the same time?
I think 2 would be fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe your family is like mine, and 2 is fine. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but he doesn't
Maybe-
know his
may-
daughter.
So you feel like you got the one down then? The whole this thing. You got that covered. It's not really like a bomb then.
I mean, at first we were going to, with Xander's permission, and I'm grateful. I was going to borrow the Cloak of Kalorian.
But isn't that
And
just like
what?
a stock
approach it.
cap?
It is. For now, at least. As you said, 2 things, one being alive, and I think that would be... do you have problem with this, Louis?
Using the cloak?
Yes.
Cloak from your deity.
I
To
requested it.
see your a god's artifact. So you can see your daughter as a human.
Would it be more pertinent to not use it at all and keep it in a box?
For some,
very good point.
Here's
No, that's actually not a good point,
That's-
because if you had a panacea, Zu'lin, that could cure every single illness, you would want to study it and use it very litigiously, rather than using it to solve every single problem you come across and potentially squandering it because it is in a limited amount.
That would be true, but unlike that, this is an article of clothing.
It's not just
I have.
Is it in a limited amount? I mean, did this seem like it's like I was under the impression it was like some kind of relic, but
Yes, it contains some of Owen's divine energy.
Surely you wouldn't refuse Stavik the chance to make peace with his only living family.
Why can't... Idea.
I have no intention of refusing Stavik the chance to make peace with his only living family. I can only say that I have known that Rue is in Pentris for approximately a month, and I have looked into the future many times, and I have not seen a single future in which Stavik goes to meet his daughter with this cloak. So make of that what you will.
Okay, so it sounds like it probably won't happen either way. I don't really see the problem with it though. The gods give heroes the different like relics because we're chosen to use them.
Yeah, we kind of stole the relic out of a tomb.
Well, that's
Louie,
kind
I
of
would like to understand. I do actually want to understand why you're so hell-bent against it. This is not me judging or anything. I want to just understand.
that's fine for the question. How to word that?
it's like a nice bottle of champagne. You don't bust that out just for every time you need one. But this is like a bottle of champagne you share. You have like a nice bottle of wine that you share with like your wife, and then you have like the one that you share if like the king comes to visit.
Look, I have no reason to ask this of you, but can you just trust
Not very
me
flying in the air.
that I really don't want anything bad to happen to it?
Are you concerned that his daughter will steal it?
No.
I suppose I'm a bit confused on what the potential damage is.
So am I.
Well, Stavik is
I'm
a
not.
target. You are coming to Pentris to visit your daughter, who is the only, as far as you're concerned and aware, living relative of you, Stavik von Hugel, who wrote the book that the Circle uses to gather all their information about your god, who is also conveniently trapped inside the city. If I wanted to set a trap for you or potentially take you out, I would lay in wait for you to visit your daughter personally.
That makes sense.
Among a whole bunch of other scenarios that I could possibly imagine. I'm also going to say that Valentino's analogy works very well in this situation because you do not need the cloak of Calorian to appear to be human to your daughter.
Yeah. Magic? You could even
I
appear
mean-
as an old man if you wanted.
I don't really see the point in like she's going to have to know, right?
I don't know. Depends.
This is also a point.
I feel like the other thing might be the one you want to slow burn.
No,
for.
that's no. It is.
No, I mean yeah.
It is more important that this cloak does not fall to the hands that wish to entrap myself.
I mean, I like Xander's idea. I kind of hope it's a trap. That's as exciting. They said the counter trap.
If
There are
anyone
more
tries to hurt
important
you, I'll be there
things.
to help.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you for putting it a little more illumination on the situation. I will respect your counsel, and it will not take the cloak. It would be foolish to
Thank
put it
you.
in such danger.
Xander will nod and also thank Stavik.
So what kind of magic you got to like mojo him up to look like a human?
Let's see.
We have to set up this trap. We have to make sure it springs.
Yeah,
can't-
why don't
can't,
you
like-
guys plan that?
No, I mean we gotta make sure that they spring their trap so we can.
Right.
This is who we're going after, right? This is
Yeah,
actually
Val, you-
perfect.
Yeah, Val, you and me will be on like counter trap duty.
Yes, we're gonna hunt the
Yeah.
fuck out of these people.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, so
Stavik
we're gonna be
sits
watching
down.
you every step of the way. Don't worry. We have eyes
Yeah,
on
Stavik
you
kinda-
for the whole thing.
Kind of sits down with kind of a pensive air about him.
Dawn sits down next to you.
It did not occur to me that I would be. Well, I would put either myself or my daughter in danger by trying to find them.
Kind of why I'm a little nervous to meet my sister. If I do. Is that...
Was your daughter strong? You know her when she was 5, huh? Was she strong when she was 5? Because, I mean, if that's the case, you're probably pretty set.
She's quite a bit older.
Well, sure, but I mean, like, I kicked ass as a 5-year-old, and look how it turned out, so it worked out.
And how old are you?
You know, like, young for a halfling still.
Wait, are you a kid?
Not that young, no. What the fuck?
I
Gross.
was just asking.
No.
I wanted to make sure I wasn't bringing a child into danger.
Excuse me? What do you...
I don't know how old you are, so I just was worried that we might be bringing a child into danger.
No, don't say that. That
Louie over
comes-
here with halfling slurs.
Yeah, that comes very close to a slur. I can tell you didn't mean it, so I'm not going to take it personally, but, like, walking the line there, buddy.
Okay. But you are an adult.
I'm an adult, yeah.
Okay, okay. That's all I was worried
fuck.
about.
I think all of us are adults here.
Mm.
Yes, looks at camera. We're all adults here.
Valentino, what are you looking
Pet-
at?
Pensively looks at Xander.
Yes, we're all adults here.
We're all
Xander-
adults.
Xander looks back.
I'm 5 years old.
Not this many.
The concept of age does not even exist to me.
Yeah.
Just want to see Xander. Now someone be like, "How old you been, guys?" He says, "This many."
Wow.
So a little bit of time will pass, and eventually Bastion will go over and sit down to Louie. Hey, bro.
Hey, what's up? Sorry about earlier, by the way. I
What?
was in a weird mood.
Oh, the tail thing?
Yeah, I was just
Yeah, no, that's like
curious.
it's cool. Like it's like a once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't know how many times like that opportunity
that
is
you're
gonna present
gonna
itself.
have
you
a
know?
tail. Right.
I'd have done the same thing to you, so I don't feel bad about it.
I probably would have
So.
yelled at you and you know it.
Yeah, probably, but I think we just have different levels of tolerance, probably.
Okay.
But that's cool. I mostly was gonna ask you about the thing though.
Oh, what thing?
Do you remember like a while ago we had a conversation about like writing and how like you were gonna teach it to me eventually?
You've seemed disinterested every time I've asked, so.
Yeah, stuff kept coming up, and
Oh, and it's
then
too
it just like
dark.
seemed like the vibe was wrong and stuff like that, you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, I just didn't know if it was too late to ask again.
I'd be willing to teach you, but can I ask what exactly you want to learn?
How to write good.
Okay, but what exactly do you want to write? Is there
Like,
a genre?
Stories about like cool stuff.
cool
you know.
stuff. Okay, so
Like what we've been doing, you know? Like that way when it's all over I can write down like our adventure in a book and be like, "Hey, this is that cool shit we did." and people would read it and be like, "Damn, everybody was really awesome."
So you want to write a biography?
I mean, is that,
that
what
would
that is?
be someone writing down their experiences for people to read.
Okay. I thought that was when you wrote about someone else's experiences.
Maybe it has a different title. I'm sorry.
You are referring in particular to an autobiography.
That thing.
I thought that's when you write about a car.
So it'd be like a memoir, I guess. But I wouldn't be old. And normally people that write memoirs are old. So maybe it'd be like a young person memoir.
Sure. We can
Yeah.
write a. You can write
You
a.
could write it like a young person's memoir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but,
But it needs to have like some,
let's
some
not-
sexy stuff in it.
That means you need to do sexy stuff, correct?
yeah.
Well, I mean-
you would have to do sexy stuff, Bastion.
I mean,
They
or
already have it planned.
you
for
would hear
Memphis.
about it from other people, like what Valentino
Yeah.
did and Luciano.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, see? But like, you know, stuff like that. You know, you gotta sex up the book a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that being said, weren't you and Valentino searching for a place in Pinterest?
There we go.
Like to live together?
Well, no.
Congratulations.
I'm not gonna live in Pinterest. We still got an adventure to do.
Yeah.
Well, we've still got to fix the maelstrom, is what you mean.
That's what I said. Yeah,
Yeah. An adventure.
yeah, it's an adventure.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, I can help you.
Was that mundane for you? Is that like your
No,
everyday?
no. I just wanted to make sure priorities, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, it wouldn't. I mean, we wouldn't complete the adventure if we didn't do the thing we're trying to do.
You're making it sound like it's a task given to you by someone instead of like an important thing that's made to fix the world.
What could be more important?
I mean, it kind of was given to us though, like, right? Like fate kind of dropped this in our lap. So like,
Exactly.
Mhm.
it's kind of like a thing that we got to do now, and it's like we're in the best position to fix it.
If it makes
Right,
you feel
Xander?
any better, Louie, you could say that Owen dropped it in our laps instead. But yes, Bastion, you're right.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Ando.
You're welcome.
Exactly.
So yeah, so like we're taking this seriously, and we're gonna fix it.
Sure.
What could be
But I
more
just wanna write
serious
like a-
than a God's given task?
Yeah, I just want to write like a bitchin' story about it when it's all done, you know? People
Mhm.
could read it and be like, "Damn, Louis was cool."
Isn't it supposed to be about yourself?
It's about all of us.
Okay, but I don't need to
Well,
be
I mean,
remembered.
They'll be saying that.
Yeah, they're gonna read it and be like, "Holy shit!" Like every person in this group was cool as hell.
I appreciate it, but I don't think I need to be remembered.
Why? You blew that guy up earlier. That was pretty fucking cool.
I didn't, though. He got away, so I have failed
Still counts.
one of my main jobs in this world, which sucks. But
What, you failed? What do you mean?
I didn't
You
kill
blew him
it.
up.
That's not how. I mean, you can't
You
fail
didn't.
at that. Things are not dead until they're dead. Just gotta go get them.
Yeah. Still beat him. And we killed all those freaky deaky things too, so
Sure.
win-win in my book.
It's only a failure when you give up.
There's a chance I might never be able to find him again, but I will attempt
No.
to nonetheless.
That chance does not exist.
I agree with Xander.
My
It's going
goal
to
is
happen.
to eventually find him and destroy him nonetheless. It's not meant
We
to
all
live in
did.
this world.
We also did lose quite a few reagents that we could have used, unfortunately.
Oh no.
I mean, do you really want to get the stuff that like
Made that
goo
gross
that turns
shit?
people into goo? Like that seems like a
Yeah.
bad idea.
It doesn't
It
seem like.
seems
The utilization, no, probably not, but understanding the science behind it could be quite useful for other applications.
I don't know you could
Guess
get out. That
that's true.
shit didn't seem like what you do at all, Zu'lin. Like you heal people. That was like fucked up, awful shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
correct. I would consider it a questionable proceeding that this individual took.
I wouldn't call it questionable. There was no question. It was fucked.
Yeah.
That's the
Hmm.
answer
I-
to the question.
Yeah, I kind of agree
Looking-
with Val. It's kind of fucked.
Looking at his results, I don't think he was as competent as he thinks he was.
Yeah, I mean, we beat our asses.
I would
So-
disagree with you, Stavik.
Same.
He is.
Well, I look at it. I'm more so at his reagents. It all looked very.
The outcomes were what he wanted in some instances.
That doesn't make him competent.
Correct. One would have wanted the result to be a little less half-baked, potentially less tumorous and less festering, unless you wanted to dabble in necromancy instead.
That is
You know,
true.
like, that's miserable.
But that is for, additional trials and experiments, I would assume.
If he has like trash level intentions, if he wants to make things that suck, that doesn't, then he's not competent, right? Like, nobody
Mhm.
calls me competent for taking the most stacked shits in the realm. Like, compliment me for other things, but that one goes by because that's not really competency. I just do it.
Stacked shits.
You don't want to know, man.
And forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe you to be a very precise individual, and using someone else's reagents would seem. You wouldn't know the purity. You wouldn't know the. I mean, you could test it, but
It's like mixing
Curiosity.
drinks when you don't know what they are, right?
Well, I can always try to identify them. Reagents can be used in many different ways. They are not already combined by this individual, after all. Merely parts of a puzzle.
Well, they're burnt up now, so I guess it's not worth worrying about.
Xander, I had a thought. To minimize the potential bad outcomes, what if we were to set up a meeting rather than finding them directly, where it could be their traps were set for me, and we were to have Rue meet us somewhere where there weren't traps?
That is a potential option, but you would have to find a way to convince her, the old woman, Rue, to leave to meet you. That might be a difficult sell. But not impossible. I will say that regardless of which path we take, there is danger at the end. They all lead to the same outcome. And then Xander chuckles to himself.
Ah! I am so concerned. Okay, well, the only thing I could think of would be to write a letter, and turns to Dawn. If you were to deliver it, maybe?
Deliver a letter?
What?
You know what?
I trust Dawn. Well, they seem to know us. If Xander were
People
to
don't know
tell,
me.
if Xander were to guide Dawn to where she would be, she could potentially. I could write a letter to convince her to meet us.
Okay, but like conversely, if they set a trap and it's just Dawn there, And she's got to like thwart them on her own.
I can do this for you if this is what you wish,
Oh my god.
but I think you should see your daughter.
Also, as a potential idea, you could use a courier like anyone else.
That is correct.
Why are you so interested in Dawn doing this task?
Oh, it's just an idea. It would be not. Since we seem to be. Our reputation precedes us.
What
As it were.
reputation?
Maybe you. Well,
I
sure,
mean,
my
Val,
reputation
sure.
precedes me, but
I do
Oh.
see Stavik's point, though. It would be
Sure.
difficult to expect that this human woman is...
Who is brand new? as it were?
Exactly. However, that does expose her to danger, and like Zu'lin said, a courier service may be more prudent.
It's true my skin is much softer than it used to be.
Indeed.
Congratulations.
I've noticed.
I hope it's not too unpleasant.
It's different. I get cold easily now. It's very strange.
Oh, do you want my shawl? If you're getting
No.
cold. Alright.
I think I'll look around when we get to Pinterest for a heavier cloak.
Sounds good.
Okay. I think this might be a safer plan. Using the courier, I would not want to put Dawn in any undue danger. I'm going to go.
It's no problem,
Right.
Stavik. I'm happy to help.
Of course you are.
Stavik,
Yes.
I will also say that going to meet her, you have the element of surprise. You have the benefit of being able to explain, or hopefully you have the benefit of being able to explain anything. Once you write the letter, how she interprets what you have written is completely up to her, and that causes a whole other set of branching possibilities, many of which end in you and her never meeting. So, whatever you choose to do is up to you, but tread carefully, I suppose.
I'd listen to him. If I were you. Be really smart.
Seeing as I had in the past few weeks, I have not listened, and it has caused many of problems. I think listening for once might be the better option.
Oh, okay. Well, then I think you should just kind of go alone as well. Like, we'll keep an eye on you, get ready for counter traps. But this seems like a you thing.
Well,
Agreed.
Stavik and me,
Why?
I hope.
I don't know about that, but I guess that's up to Stavik.
Want to be supportive.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
well, I mean,
what's best for his daughter? That's a better question.
wouldn't it be supportive to assist with the counter trap?
Thank you.
She looks to Stavik for an answer.
I had not considered that.
Would you like me to assist with the counter trap or to be with you? Where will I be more helpful?
I think you have an incredible ability to trap and I think it would, to assist Valentino,
Very well.
think to trap any things that would
I understand.
bring.
If that is where I'm more useful, then that's where I will be.
For now only. When we have secured it, the area, and made it safe, or trap whoever is trying to trap me, I want you at some point to meet her.
What if the person trying to trap you is Dawn?
Oh, please.
Entrapment is already happening.
I'm gonna say, I don't
That was
think there's a
not
lot
her
of question on
choice.
that one.
Yeah.
So do we kill Dawn? Is that the counter trap?
Ah,
Stavik
Y'all
goes
is
in, we
evil.
kill Dawn.
So,
y'all
bro,
is evil.
Yeah,
about that writing lesson. Were you still up for that tonight?
absolutely.
Cool. And,
Do you have a
as the,
book or anything to write in? Otherwise, I can give
Sure.
you one of my extras.
he pulls out a piece of parchment, and as the
Here.
two of you get working, that is where we will take our second break.
Hello, checkers and pleasers. We are back.
Hello.
What's up?
We did it. We're back, everybody. So, we have returned, and we will breeze over the rest of the evening of May the 4th and kick right on to the morning of May the 5th. And as the group gets their nice rests and sleeps, feel free to rest your characters, reset your spells, what have you, all those lovely little abilities you used, as you begin your final day of travel toward the city of Pinterest. And I ask, is there anything on the way to Pinterest you would like to do specifically? Or shall I advance time and just have you guys get there?
Well, do I get any rabbits or mice?
You do get some mice. No rabbits tonight, though. For some reason, it seems like
Womp.
most anything larger than a mouse is not around in this part of the country for some reason. It's very strange. It's almost like there's a lot of predation that has kept anything larger than a mouse out of this region.
So it's not rabbit season over here. That's
No.
what I'm getting.
Duck season.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, you got some mice at least.
Very true. All right, so we head back up our camp and we
Yeah.
head on our way.
Wonderful. So anybody have anything they need to do along the road while you travel to Pinterest?
No, sir.
Well, then guess what? You guys make it to Pinterest. Holy shit, we did it. All right. The party continues forward and you travel, making your way to Pinterest by midday. You hustle
All right.
quickly as you
Campaign's over,
can.
everyone.
You made it to Pinterest. Game
We're done.
over. We won.
Yay!
Not quite.
It's like the Oregon Trail, so we're gonna roll the credits, see how many people died. of
We have to go
dysentery.
through the Rapid River first before we hit Oregon. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
did
Okay.
you,
Right,
did you have enough money left over
shit.
to buy the ferry, or
It's more fun.
are you going to
it's more fun to do
or
the
are you gonna-
rapids.
I thought it,
you gonna do the
I
river
First of
rapids,
all-
or
Fey.
are you gonna cock your wagon and try to float it
No,
down?
no, we're
into
talking
the
the
river?
end game.
Yeah. Where you got to dodge the rocks.
Yeah.
I'm well aware.
You
of
guys are pronouncing it weird. It's the Oregon Trail, and it's literally what the killer has been doing,
it.
following
Mhm.
us.
It's all about the
I thought
Zambies.
that's what Zu'lin's doing.
Well,
Oh.
if we're pointing fingers now on who
Zu'lin's
the killer
doing
is.
the Oregon trials.
Mm.
Yeah, there's
Mm.
there's no
Correct.
organs left behind here.
I was gonna say, they're all dissolved.
Fair.
They did disappear.
Well.
They just tarry. That's why.
So, the road to Pinterest winds through the rolling golden fields and patches of olive groves. The air here is rich with the scent of sun-warmed earth and distant forges. Even before the walls of the city come into view, the sound of industry carries on the wind. The rhythmic clang of hammers on anvils, the murmur of merchants peddling wares, and the occasional distant crackle of alchemical reactions. You approach the city, and it is alive with creation. a place where gold and labor shape the future. The city rests on a nearby hill. Its outer walls are impressive but practical, constructed of sturdy limestone and reinforced with iron braces, maintained not by nobility, but by the Masons' Guild. Pinterest's main gate is welcoming and open at this time of day, designed for the smooth flow of trade rather than defense. There is a massive stone archway carved with intricate emblems and reliefs of legendary crafters framing the entrance to the city. Beneath it, large doors stand open, allowing for a steady stream of traders, adventurers, workers, and the like to move in and out. And above the gate is an ornate brass placard which displays the following words: "What you make makes you." Standing all around here are people in humble clothes, simple dress of guards, gambesoned fabric with plated shoulders and chest covers, each wielding swords and halberds and the like. The city watch here, the town guard, the defensive forces. They stand visible but relaxed. Their presence here is more about keeping order than intimidation. Their armor is practical, built in the for the idea of long shifts rather than war. And they all bear a strange crest, two clasped hands holding a smith's hammer together. If anybody would like to make me a knowledge history or nobility, you may do so.
Ooh, which one to pick?
Nice. That's a 9.
25?
Zu'lin, you have no idea what these people are.
22. Darn.
All right, so we've got a 23, a 20, a 25, and a 22 for knowledge, nobilities, and histories. And all of you succeed in knowing that this is the emblem for a group known as the Union Watch. The Union Watch are basically this city's version of the town guard. They are beholden to the Workers' Union, which is a very powerful organization within the city. So they are, unlike nobles' guards, they don't look bored or resentful. These are paid professionals, and they are drawn from the working class, oftentimes former mercenaries and career guards. Despite their friendly demeanor, however, their eyes miss nothing. One is chatting with a jovial merchant, however, his hand is never straying far from his belt, where he has a reinforced billy club looped through. Another leans against a gatehouse, carving a small wooden figurine, but his gaze flicks to each traveler, assessing risks with the practiced eye of a man who's seen trouble before. As you all approach, you are stopped. You are all stopped by a member of the Union Watch. They hold up a simple hand. Oh, there. Just need a moment of your time.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Indeed.
And what can we help you with?
Oh, it's our job to get an idea of the folks coming in and out of the city. And, well, just wanted to ask you all a couple questions.
Not a problem.
You lot seem to not be the kind of normal mercantile traffic we get here, you see? And they point to a lot of they point to wagons and carts that are all laden with goods. And your guys' wagon is not.
We're famous
Also, you guys are
heroes.
Yeah, you guys are much more heavily armed and armored. Oh, they're looking at you. You look the adventuring type, I suppose, would be a way to put it.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
You may have heard of us.
Oh?
We've solved a string of murders in Louisiana, as well as many other escapades that go under the radar.
Ah, I see. String of murders, you say? Solve
Indeed.
that, huh? Gotcha. They look you up and down, and look to the next person in the cart. And, what is your intentions here in Pinterest?
Well, we're passing through, heading towards Parthenay.
Oh, I have a thing that I want to meet with the Aroni's family about a health condition.
Yes, we have a number of errands actually here in Penteres.
Yeah,
Do you want us to go through anything?
I'm here for religious reasons.
it's true.
You a hiver?
No, but I do feel a deep kinship with Mellifera and the Hive.
Oh, you guys got Malay friends here.
I used to worship.
Oh yeah, scads
yeah.
of them.
I'll check that out.
Thumbs behind him. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them in town.
No, exactly.
We'll
my
be visiting
friends,
them.
Or my thing, but I'm friends, yeah.
We're gonna be visiting them.
I see.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, so you guys are on your way to Parthenae.
Afterwards.
Afterwards, yes.
Ah, okay. Most people that come from Rosalejo, well, they were going to Parthenae. They just gone north on there, you know.
Yeah, but this is one of the stops that we're gonna be doing first.
You don't say.
It's I've
Wow.
heard there's a lot of great things to do here.
True.
Would question, would Stavik had being in when he went in to the when he was put under, was Pentris still the Pentris Estates and bisected by the swarm?
So
Or by the
when you were
Cat-
so when you were there, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, if I have my time correct, when you went under, that was before the Troubles.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. I was like, would he remember it? Would he have any knowledge of any of this, any of the troubles that were here? And the answer
That was
would
like
be probably
45
no.
years ago.
Yeah, it's unlikely.
Okay,
The guy doesn't look to be in his 40s.
cool.
And,
Thank you.
You know, I hope you don't mind me asking or pointing out, but you all seem a little bit suspicious.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
In
sorry.
what way? I mean, we are, of course, adventurers. We are armed and very capable, but we have no ill intentions.
Sure, but I also don't get the sense that you're telling me everything that is completely the case here. I think there's more to your story than you're letting on, which, you know, folks are entitled to their secrets, sure, but understand it's my job to make sure this town doesn't let in any ne'er-do-wells. So
Sure. What do you...
Well, if it
Go ahead.
helps at all, I have quite a few contacts with the Horus Vistal that I will be visiting with during my stay here.
I'm sorry if we seem dodgy. It's more as though I think most of us just didn't want to bog you down with our personal stuff. But
right.
if you have questions...
Grem is genuinely confused. I don't know what I'm saying. That like,
Well, you
what
did
my-
start
your
out with, we're
motivation-
going to Parthenae first.
I didn't realize that it didn't go through. I thought we do go through this way.
I mean, there is a road here to Parthenae. That is true.
Yeah.
But if you guys came from Rosalejo, then you can just
I didn't realize that.
knock on to Parthenae from there. So, anyway, he's just kind of looking at you, and as he's stroking his chin and thinking about what to do with all of you, I'd like a perception check from
Sure.
the party.
I mean, I can also roll bluff or diplomacy for trying to persuade him here. I don't
20!
even know what's appropriate.
Hey.
Oh, either one would be fine if you wanted to.
I think we'll go with diplomacy then.
Okay. So give me a perception
13
as
for me.
well, for everybody. So that is
23.
19 from Val.
Yep.
23 from Zu'lin. 29 nat 20'd. Nice from Louie.
Thank you.
And as you all make your look around this, you hear something above you. You hear an exasperated voice. Wait, hold on. In the distance.
What the fuck was that?
You look up and you see a shadow in the sky.
A shadow.
A shadow.
A shadow.
A shadow.
A coughing shadow.
Yeah.
The ultimate life form?
The same thing.
And as it descends rather rapidly, it's kind of blocked, like it's coming right down from the sun, like right above you guys, so it's difficult to see until it's right on top of you. And it slows down and lands nearby a ruffle of exasperated feathers as a courier lands beside all of you. Okay. I found you. I think I made it in time. Whew.
You all right?
Yeah, just give me a second.
No.
Don't
Take
worry.
your
Oh,
time.
Dude,
Is this the
Yeah.
Phoenix
Do you need
harpy
some
we've
water?
met previously?
This is a harpy with red and orange feathers. Yeah, wearing goggles with these kind of marble green eyes and like a satchel around their shoulder.
Okay.
You've seen this one before.
Okay, so
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Hello again.
I made it. Oh. I know you guys.
Hi.
Ah, I didn't think it would be you again. That's fun. Oh man. Whew. Okay, it's in here somewhere. The guard is looking at this person like they're crazy and is still not sure what is happening. But this courier is going to ruffle through their satchel, pull out a piece of paper, and then pass it off to the nearest one of you.
Louie will grab it.
All right, Louie, you grab it, and it is the following.
Oh.
To my esteemed friends, I trust this letter finds you well. Your efforts in Luciana will not soon be forgotten, and I remain indebted to you for the courage and resolve you displayed in bringing the truth to light. The shadows that once plagued our city have lifted, and it is in no small part thanks to your steadfast determination. But I hear that your travels now lead you to Pentris, a city of both splendor and ambition. Allow me to extend a measure of comfort for your arrival. As a token of my appreciation, I have arranged for your private use of the Pentris Bathworks, a fine establishment known for not only for its restorative waters, but also for its discretion. I trust it will serve you well as a respite from the road and as a base from which to tend to your affairs. The attendants are expecting you and will ensure you are provided with every comfort. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to call upon them. While the world may shift like sand beneath our feet, I would see that you have a place of certainty and repose, at least for a time. May your steps remain steady and your burdens light. Should fortune see our paths cross once more, know that you always have a friend in House Dupree. With warm regards, Raphael Dupree.
Yes, Raphael finally came through for something.
Goddamn nice.
Was he the one that was supposed to give us the potions?
Yes!
Wands.
Wands
And
and
wands.
potions.
Yep.
I requested both and he never gave them to me.
it is
Finally.
shown this.
Oh,
Mhm.
yes.
Oh.
This is
Yeah,
from
see here.
House Dupree and Luciana.
Shit, I forgot the thing. Oh,
What
sorry.
thing?
Through wind and gale, with wings in flight, we bring your words both day and night. No road too rough, no sky too high. Far feather freight will always fly. Just I said that, okay? Don't forget if you ever send a review in. I did say that before I gave you your note, not after.
Oh yeah, totally.
Hey,
But it's
if
it's
you
super
ever
stuck in my head now.
if you ever see us again, you definitely told it to us every single time. Okay?
Right. Yes, every single time.
Every single time.
Yeah.
But you
Yes.
don't have to.
It's kind of my job. So
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you forget, I'm not gonna bust your balls on this.
You got it.
We're cool.
So, that's it.
Yep.
Enjoy
Thank you.
and have a great rest of your day.
You too.
I'm actually just gonna like sit over there for a second because I am beat.
Yeah, go.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Stavik, do you want to hire a courier? By chance?
Anyways,
No.
here is a letter saying we have proof of stay while we're here.
Huh. The guard looks at the letter and looks at you, and having witnessed that whole thing, is like,
Hi.
you know what? All right, you can pass.
Thank
you
you.
obviously are folks with some connections, so there you
But-
go. Welcome to Pinterest, and just keep yourselves out of trouble, okay?
Of course.
Thank you for your diligence.
Of course.
Is there anything we should know about any unique laws here? This is my first time here, so I want to make sure I'm following everything proper.
Well, laws are handled pretty much by passage through the council, which is mostly the union these days.
So,
Union Watch, covers things here in the town, make sure nobody gets into too much trouble. And, mostly it's drunk, sleeping the night off, things like that. We don't have much in the way of, like, major crime here. Folks in Pinterest tend to look out for each other.
that's good. Thank you for everything.
Just, keep yourselves out of trouble, and trouble won't seek you out.
Of course. No,
Did I hear you right? You're going to the Bathworks?
that's what the letter said. So, yes. Can
Okay,
you direct
well,
us?
yeah, actually, I can. This road right here behind me,
Mhm.
you follow it all the way to the Central Forum.
Okay.
The big statue there, you can't miss it.
Okay.
You keep going past the statue,
Go past the
it'll be on your
statue.
right side. Big building.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the help.
Yeah. Welcome to Pinterest.
Thank you.
And the Union Watch member will get out of your way and allow your wagon to continue on into the building, or into the city, rather.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dawn is just like looking at everything with big wide eyes.
That was easy enough, guys, right?
Yeah.
Was that more egregious than the last time Zu'lin would have been here? This pat down.
Oh, more. Yeah, I think it seems like their security has been enhanced slightly. Yeah.
A bit more security than normal, I would say.
Well, they must have heard we were coming.
You should see what the security will be like in a couple of weeks.
What?
What?
You really like to say shit like that, huh, Xander?
What happens in a couple of weeks?
No, you know, he's right. We're gonna rock this town.
That is one way of putting it.
So your group continues on through the main street of the town, heading toward the Central Forum. And as you approach, the streets widen here into a grand plaza, where the noise of the market fades into a more tempered murmur, replaced by the rhythmic splash of flowing water and the low hum of gathered voices. The Central Forum is a place of debate, discourse, and declarations. There is a broad cobblestone square flanked by the halls of trade, various guild offices, public gathering spaces, things of that nature. Here, the various citizens, merchants, and guild leaders alike can all convene in order to discuss and argue policy, broker deals, or simply admire the beauty of the heart of the city. At the center of it all stands the Great Fountain, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Water cascades from multiple tiers, flowing through sculpted reliefs of various laborers, artisans, and scholars. Their forms all intertwined in a representation of unity and craft. The pool shimmers with copper and silver coins, the offering of hopeful travelers and citizens alike, each cast with a wish for fortune, success, or protection. Can't read my own notes. Rising, however, from the fountain's center, standing atop it, is a statue of a woman with a scythe. Her figure cast in a dark bronze, her expression stern yet resolute. The scythe rests against her shoulder, and her other hand is raised, palm outward, as if commanding an unseen force, rallying an army, or perhaps calling people to rise. Her cloak billows behind her, sculpted to appear as though caught in an eternal wind, allowing for a sense of motion and purpose.
Wow, who's that?
She's mothering.
Somebody. Who knows?
Man, this place is a lot less shitty than last time we were here.
I wonder
Yeah.
if a lot of people get
Uh,
proposed here.
Probably Maleference.
It's just, it's a nice fountain. I don't know. Seems sort of romantic. Kind of. Maybe. Maybe not. Never mind.
Kind of.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool place. Yeah.
The statue's kind of intense. It's me
Well,
like hyped up for a battle.
I mean, there's gotta be some
Although I guess
sort
marriage is a kind of like a battle.
Do you think it's romantic, Stavik?
Wow, my new spells, Bastion. Look, I
Where'd the
have
fucking train come from?
I have so many new spells. Look, here's share memory. We could do that later. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
down for that.
Cool.
I'll give you a memory of like a really cool thing.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
I suppose if the two of you like the area, you could hire a painter to paint yourselves a portrait.
Stavik, do you think this place looks nice?
It is awe-inspiring. The grandeur and design is breathtaking.
Breathtaking.
And this is a place where people often make declarations of mating intent?
Oh, no.
I think that Stavik doesn't know Pentress very well
Yeah.
yet. So
Oh.
that remains to be
Okay.
researched.
I see.
Right,
I think people
Stavik.
are from a different religion, though.
buddy.
Right, Stavik?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Dear God.
So, as you head further to the north, you find a series of large buildings on the right side, and one of them is a intricate and beautiful looking building, the Pentress Bathworks.
I guess.
Stands as a large 2-story building with a garden around the outside of the structure.
I guess this
It
is
is.
our place to stay while we're here.
Hmm.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Feels
Seen worse places.
kind of protean.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking nice. I mean, like compared to the last town, the last couple of places we were in, it's pretty good. Yeah, it beats a tavern, kind of. It's maybe not vibes wise. They can't beat the vibes of a tavern, but
Of course not.
yeah, you've got that energy and spirit of people living their lives.
I'll take
Oh, there
the
can be a lot of energy and spirit in a bathhouse too.
You know, that's true. I'm definitely looking for that kind of. I was going to ask the guard if this was like the sluttiest place in town, but I figured now that we're here, it is.
That is most certainly true.
Dear Lord.
Well, anyway, I guess we're here, so
Guess you're
I mean,
right.
I've heard about places like this. This one is actually supposed to be pretty great. So let's see what this place is like. Who wants to open the door?
I was like, all right, fine. I'm
Yeah,
doing
go
it.
for it, Valentino.
Valentino, you push open the double doors, and inside you see what looks to be a beautiful indoor garden. There are skylights above that let in this beautiful shaft of perfect daylight to come into this area, and there are plants in various stages of bloom in the center of the room. There is a staircase leading up to the second floor in the middle of that garden. But standing nearby dressed in finery are 3 people immediately in your vicinity. One of them immediately takes a step forward to greet you. Good afternoon. Would you by chance be the Circle Seekers?
That
Yes,
is us.
we are.
Finally, our reputation precedes us.
Welcome to the Pinterest Bathworks. My name is Celine Varcour. Please, come inside.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Vargor. My name is Valentino, as I'm sure you've already heard.
Of course, I did receive a short bit of information about each member of your illustrious group.
Well, I assure you, the rumors are all true.
I don't know if we should actually agree to that.
Oh, definitely.
Oh no.
They're definitely true, all of them.
Not if it's what they wrote in those pamphlets.
I think they were fairly accurate.
Others sold me a bit, but other than that, yeah.
Yes. So, looking at this person, you see someone who appears to be statuesque and striking with pale skin, long silver blonde hair, and a soft but authoritative face. She is dressed in flawless, tailored attire. She has an open book nestled in one of her arms and a pen in the other. Let's see. And I have Valentino. I also have here Zu'lin, Stavik, Xander, Louie, and Bastion. I'm afraid I don't have an entry for you, miss, she says, looking to Dawn. Dawn seems confused. Did I do something wrong?
No, they are with me.
No. Very well. That is absolutely fine. Our rooms can accommodate multiple guests, of course.
It's all right. Stavik doesn't spend most of his nights sleeping anyways.
Okay.
Precisely.
I mean, neither do I,
What
but
you-
that's what I'm worried about.
What you do within the confines of your private bedroom is, of course, your business. Whether that is sleep or anything else, it need not be brought up here.
Did you
Oh,
So
yes,
if
we've
you do
been
require-
foretold of your discretion.
If you do require the services of any of the staff members here, you're welcome to make inquiries. She'll gesture to her left, which is your right, to a fell standing there. She has dusky red skin, small curved horns, and purple cat-like eyes. And she has a very significant amount of musculature on her form. She gives a big grin as as Celine continues to speak. This is Sarah. She is one of the masseurs here, able to work out any injury or difficulties in anyone's muscles.
Well, I think I'm going to require. Sounds like you have a variety of services here, and
Of course, we
I-
pride ourselves on the breadth of services offered. We
well,
also
it'd be
have,
rude
of
me
course,
not to, try
the
them.
baths, as is in our name. We have both hot and cold baths, various massage services, as well as a full bar and companionship.
Excellent. Let's try out the works.
How does Louie respond
Oh, he looks.
when he hears the word companionship?
He coughed like he choked on air, and currently he's hugging himself in a way to appear smaller as he's trying to look anywhere else other than this conversation at the moment.
Mm.
Well, would you recommend a drink or a massage first? In your own opinion.
That is entirely up to you. I should make it clear that your stay has been prepaid by one house to pre, and you have been enlisted into the highest package available. In fact, the entire bathhouse has been rented out for your stay. There will be no other guests while you're here.
Oh. Wow.
Is there anything preventing us from inviting others?
Of course not. That is entirely your discretion. This bathhouse is at your
So does that
Your
mean
your
Husa
offer.
can have her own room?
Dawn.
Dawn,
My name's Don now,
I'm sorry.
but that's okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I'm not mad.
I am. I'm
But-
sorry.
I'm happy to stay with Stavik.
You shouldn't be.
This is the only D&D party where we go into like a bathhouse. They're like, you got the whole place to yourself. You get whatever you want. This is the most relaxing thing you could ask for. And someone just starts like crying.
Mhm.
You really shouldn't.
Well, in that case, is there a particular room that I can go to? I'd like to take my alchemy station to my room if possible.
That's true. I'd like to drop off my stuff.
Of course. The guest rooms are upstairs. You can find convenient accesses to the upstairs in multiple places. There is a staircase here beside me. There's also one within the bar, another in the northeast of the building, and one along a walkway on the outside in the southeast in the gardens.
And the bar, is that paid for already?
Of course. Absolutely. You are enrolled in the highest package we offer here. All of your drinks, all of your relaxations are paid for. In fact, House Dupree was very specific on what was to be on offer. When you have a moment, once you've settled in, you may speak with my employer, Madame Montreve. She gestures to her right, your left, as she has an additional package for you.
Okay.
The lady there on the left side of the room, who appears to be a poised, elegant-looking woman with dark brown curled hair, streaked with subtle hints of silver, gives you a simple nod.
Thank you very much, my lady.
Of course. I welcome you to my bathhouse. And I look forward to seeing all of you in a short while. I will wait for you here, and she'll open up the doors behind her, revealing a large and opulent-looking bar.
Oh, no.
And the rest of you are all going to pack up your things first?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I had a room that I can memorize and, put everything that I want to put it all in the right order.
Yeah, that sounds like a you thing to do. Yeah, very much.
Yes,
Um,
I have some things to look into.
Add
Oh,
numerous amounts of locks, I presume.
The fell person standing beside Valentino and Bastion will say, and if anyone requires a quick rub down, simply let me know. And she'll
What was her name?
crack all of her knuckles.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Her name is Sarah.
You know, Sarah, I'm going to walk over and just hop up into her arms.
You hop up into her arms, and she says, "Oh, well, very well,"
I don't
and
even
she will
handle
just walk off with you.
Hmm.
What a woman! Off into the sunset, Val.
Yeah, Zu'lin is going off to find a room, preferably on the first floor. Is there one on the first floor, or is it all upstairs?
They're all on the second floor. All guest rooms are on the second floor.
Stavik, if you have a moment, that'd be quite helpful if you would aid me in getting this cart up the
course.
stairs.
Of course. Which is the stairs? Oh, there it is.
question is, where are the stairs? There we go.
Right there. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, there's a bedroom in the other bedroom. So this is like a bedroom if someone had kids or something.
There are many private rooms around, though the staff has let you all kind of handle this on your own. If you require assistance from any of them, they're all still downstairs.
I think I'll pick this one.
All right, Louie, you have found a private room, one of the nicer ones, in fact.
Little did Louie know that he picked the one that Zu'lin was right next to. Perfect.
Mm.
Yeah, so Zu'lin will have headed upstairs, dropped off his alchemy station, any other material, and we'll head back downstairs. Let's see if people are doing anything in particular.
And we will pick this one.
Yeah. Hey, bro. I think I'm gonna stick in this room. This one looks nice.
Okay.
Which one are you grabbing?
I was thinking about one on the east, just because it's easy to find, and I kind of feel like with all the hallways, it's kind of makes me nervous. And it's also close enough to where I can run downstairs if there's an emergency. So I can show you. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's go. Bastion follows behind you and checks out where you're headed.
It's got kind of this like living area, so I kind of liked it because then I can just.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, there's like a desk and all that.
That's cool. Hey, and you got a window that looks right out onto the balcony. That's
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah, I think I might spend a lot of nights there. On the balcony.
Yeah, makes sense.
Um,
Get some good city watching in.
right. Although there
nice.
is another balcony on the other side. Come on.
Oh, yeah, let's take a look.
Come on, come on, come on.
This place is sweet.
It's huge.
I told you I'd get you to a bathhouse someday, bro. Told
Did
you.
you tell me that? Hi, Xander.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
This way. And if we turn right here, there's another balcony.
Oh, nice. Look at this one. Yeah, this overlooks all the stuff over here.
Mm-hmm.
Bastion starts playing, like, poking at the various colored plants. Huh. That's wild. All right. Well, Bastion will follow Louie back down to head to the first floor. As you all make your way back down after scoping out the rooms available, all of which seem to be quite swanky, in fact.
Yeah. Good God. It's like, that's nuts. Rent out entire bathhouse. Golly.
Mm-hmm.
1% man. That's what
Yep.
happens.
The Duprees know how to live. That's all I'm saying.
It's true.
But
I mean, fuck nobles, dude.
And
I mean,
don't-
you did one.
Yeah, you did.
I
fuck
know.
one.
That's true, yeah.
And don't worry,
Valentino.
Xeno. There are bathrooms, so you don't have to ask.
There are bathrooms, multiple, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Valentino, you will find that Sarah Leclerc, she takes her job very seriously, and she is extremely good at it. So she is able to manipulate every joint and every bone in your body to crack them all in such a way that you feel like you're melting. Like all of the stress, all of the various, points of tenseness in your body, it just gets melted away by her fingers. She's able to just get in there, work the muscles, work the joints, and she even gets in there with like her tail and is like pressing in places with that too at the same time. It's crazy.
That's the
And-
good stuff.
That's the good stuff. And before you know it, you are just like you're damn near about to fall asleep on the table. It's incredible how relaxed you become.
If halflings could purr.
That's a purely gnome thing, though.
Yeah,
That's
that's definitely a gnomish thing. That's not a stereotype. They do it.
Thank goodness there's no more of those.
Yeah.
When the massage is all finished, she's actually going to go over, pick up something and set it down in front of you on the table, and it is a small saucer, like a little piece of ceramic, right? And on the saucer is a very small honey cake.
Oh man, this almost makes this whole fucking only this business worth it.
No whip cake.
It's
My
different.
dear, you have been a pleasure.
Of course. And, well, I do hope that you're here for quite a long time.
Hopefully not too long. We're here for business, but
Of course.
I'll be sure to enjoy every moment of it. Any recommendations for what to do next?
Well, there's, of course, the baths. There's a sauna room as well that can be quite soothing. The beds here are of the highest quality, so if you feel like taking a nap. We also have an excellent full bar and a excellent kitchen staff as well. So, anything you require.
Let's check out the baths at this bathhouse.
She'll nod and point you basically to the room directly to your west, which is the entry to the actual bath section of the building.
I don't know if I need to roll something to know this or anything, but would it be normal to give tips in this situation, or would that be considered insulting?
You can certainly do that if you'd like, but if you want to roll a knowledge local to see what the custom is,
I haven't
you
got
could do that.
local. I have nobility. I don't know if that would be applicable.
not so much.
Okay, can I roll untrained?
Yeah, you can roll untrained.
Okay.
Keep in mind that this place has a workers' union.
That's true. That's a nat 1. I don't.
Yeah, you're
fucking
not
know.
sure. You're not sure.
Do you take tips?
We've actually been well paid by your friend already, so you can keep your
All
money.
right. Well, thank you. Just can't show my appreciation enough. And I'll head towards the baths. Which direction were they in?
They're immediately to your west.
Immediately to my west.
Yeah, they're in the room immediately to your west. So you would need to leave this area and head west, and then head into the first door that goes into that room. So while you're looking for that, meanwhile, Bastion, Zu'lin, Stavik, Louie, and Dawn all make their way to the bar. You find a large area with a staircase leading up to the second floor, kind of smack halfway in the middle of this room. There is a bar, and in the bar, standing like behind it, is another person here. This person is a being with pale lavender skin, silver white hair, iridescent eyes that seem to shift between blue and violet. And across her skin are strange patterns that almost look like tattoos.
Zephyr?
No, Zepha's green, you silly Bo Billy.
And this person's pale lavender.
Do they look like a language or
Their clothing and hair seems to move around as if it's caught in an unseen breeze at all times.
Although not everyone is currently here at the moment, I'm not sure if they'll appear or not, so we can always fill them in if need be.
Of course. The older lady will respond. Ada was her name, Ada Montreve. Very well. Then I suppose if anyone is interested, our barkeep, Raya here, is able to produce some of the very best beverages in all of Pinterest.
What, by chance, do you have on offer?
Raya will think about that for a moment and then say, almost anything your heart can desire. What best suits your taste buds?
Whiskey.
I have some of, let's see. This is a fine bottle imported from Daraham, not recently. Here, and we'll set it down. Do you prefer it with ice or direct?
On the rocks, please. Yes. On ice.
Very well. And they will get some ice and place that into a glass, pour a generous amount of whiskey, and then slide it to you.
Dawn, would you care for something?
Certainly. What do you recommend?
Gestures to the barkeep.
Do you have anything that tastes like rust?
Or pine cones?
I'm afraid I don't. I do have some things that they're flavored with pine. We have some gin that's pine-like.
Make sure to water it down a little bit for her. I don't think she's as used to hard liquor.
I'll make something nice then.
Thank you.
And she starts to produce a gin cocktail, adding splashes of various things and fruit squeezes and all kinds of different things, and then places it in a very fancy-looking glass with a sugar crusting along the rim, and we'll slide that over to Dawn.
What fucking kind of gin drinks are you drinking?
Sounds delicious.
Stuff
to
that's
me.
palatable.
Yeah.
Gin.
I mean, you say pine cones. I mean, they got Malort back there.
That is
No.
a very specific place, Skrewy. Get that shit out of here.
Yeah, can we
They
get?
do
Can our next place be Illinois?
Yeah. So
Illinois.
I have the research to do in Illinois, you guys.
yeah, that's where we're headed next.
Oh god.
So she'll go and she'll make a mixed drink for each of you. But while she's doing that, Ada will produce a box from behind the bar and place it onto the bar in front of all of you. Your friend also requested this be delivered to you upon your arrival to help with any further business you have within town. And she opens up the box, lifts it open, and inside are bars of gold.
Oh.
All right.
Put that
Alright.
that away.
It's okay, Louie. This is a bathhouse.
That's a lot.
It is a reasonable amount, but it was all part of what was forwarded to us from House Dupree. They seemed very intent on making sure your stay here would be memorable.
They know
I
we
see.
have dirt on them. Got it.
Mhm.
Well, that's greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
I'm sure this will go to good use.
All to the whorehouse.
Thank you
Yes.
so much for taking the time on us with everything. I know the Duprees ordered out the bathhouse for this, but genuinely, this means a lot to us.
Of course. And as was mentioned before, our services are fully at your beck and call. If there's anything else you require, you may simply ask myself or any of my staff here for anything else. In that case, I will leave you to it. She'll pat the box one more time. And if there's anything else you require, you may find us going about our business here.
Thank you so much. How do we split that up?
How many
I
bars
don't know,
are there?
but I think there's enough in here for like each
5
of us to get a
Evers.
couple of these. Holy shit. And Bastion will like pick up some of these gold bars, and they're heavy.
Yeah.
Can I do
Hmm.
an appraise check, I guess?
Yeah.
Would that be?
Yeah, praise check, absolutely.
Actually, I could make something with part of one of these.
17?
I love that you have a penalty to appraise. Great.
That
I
is-
don't know how, but I.
It's your intelligence being very low.
Yep.
Fair.
That is 21. for a
21. Zu'lin, you take a quick look through this, figuring out what this stuff is worth, and to put it simply, you believe that this would come out to a nice even split between the party for each member of the group to get 5,000 gold pieces.
Oh, 5,000 gold each.
What the
So
fuck?
if you'd like, we'll just make it real easy and go ahead and add 5,000 gold to your character sheets as you split out these gold bars to each other. So each of you get 5,000 gold, and that does not count the money already in the party loot either. So there's more in there to split. But
I like that
Jesus.
number. I like that number.
I'm gonna buy so many
these numbers down.
spells.
Mhm.
Money, please.
yeah,
Oh,
I'll go and get that mind buster thing.
I'm gonna buy so many spells. Oh, I'm gonna get bigger spells. I'm gonna do that. Ooh.
well, we've only been in Pinterest for like an hour, and I already officially love this place.
I'm terrified
And,
of this place.
And Bastion will pick up a very fancy drink that he had made for himself and hold it up to clink glasses with Louie.
I will say it is quite overwhelmingly spacious in comparison to what I'm used to. Much more cramped in the quarters in Kanyas.
Well, is this gonna be okay?
Oh, indeed. I'm sure our stay will be quite lovely.
This tastes like pine trees, but sweeter.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to try?
No,
Oh, I've got what I'm good with.
I don't like sweet
Got some
drinks.
mead.
Well, sweet alcohol. I don't like sweet alcohol.
Do you, by any chance, have any local ales?
Oh, of course we do. We have a selection of lots of things. There's quite a few breweries here in town. Many of them specialize in various honey products like mead, but
Oh yeah,
there
all right.
are also
What's
quite
the
a
best
few.
mead in town.
Oh, it's very simple. There's a meadery that's owned by the Hive. They make this, and she'll place a bottle of it in front of you, and as well as a glass to pour it into.
Excellent. Mind if I just take the bottle?
Of course.
Just
You are
grab the bottle. I'm gonna
welcome
head
to
back
whatever
the
you like here.
baths.
Was there a name on the bottle by any chance, or?
There would be. It's probably called something like Mellifera's Reserve, perhaps. If there's a better name for it, let me know.
That being named that must be some really good quality.
It's the good shit.
Mm.
Yeah. They only have the
Actually, royal
best
honey.
Xbox bar.
About to,
I do love the idea. Melifera's got her fucking personal reserve of mead. She's like, yo, this is the good shit. Don't waste a drop of that. This is like
Yeah.
gold.
Sister.
Yeah.
it's like, no, this is mine.
Like, sister, everything the Hive owns belongs to all of us, but this shit is mine.
except this booze. This booze is mine.
Who
Don't
keeps
touch it.
stealing this and putting it in bars?
It's like, sister, please, we need money to survive.
So for now, Zu'lin is going to drink an ale, but while doing so, we'll look over to Bastion and Stavik. Was there any plans for the day then?
I mean, I'm cool with whatever. If we want to just take the rest of the day and relax into things, I figured we could figure something out to do here or during the day, right? Just kind of relax and have some drinks, maybe swim a little bit.
I agree, it might be some interesting things to do. Otherwise, at night, we do have quite a bit of paperwork to go through. At least that I do.
All right.
What of you, Stavik?
But I'll need to consult with Xander to see where Rue would be and figure out a way to set up a meeting. Or part of me thinks that just appearing on their doorstep, I don't know, that might seem a bit much.
Well, why not? It would solve the issue instantly, would it not?
That is true.
I mean, everything about your situation's gonna be awkward, Stavik. But the more you make it awkward, the worse it's gonna be for her.
Also, the more planning you do, the more stress you will induce on yourself.
And the more that might go wrong.
Well, I don't want to impose on anyone. I wouldn't want to do it haphazardly, though. If the group consent, I would prefer to try to get on it as soon as possible. But
Okay.
if the group consensus would be to take the day, I'd prefer to do it today. But if
Sure.
it's more prudent to wait till tomorrow,
My stuff doesn't have to get done for quite a while, so I can go grab Xander.
yes.
Okay. I'll be right back, guys.
So while you guys are having your conversation, the barkeep is going to slip out of there, head across to the eastern side of the building, head into the bath, like the main tub area, main pool, and then will slip into the pool there with Valentino as she pulls out of a vest pocket 2 tightly rolled papers that she will spark and light up as she passes a Haggy over to Valentino.
Read my fucking mind. All right, I can get used to this place.
Would get crossfaded over in the bathhouse.
Was literally going to do that. And I was like, are they gonna get mad about like the smell and shit? And then literally one of the staff comes by. I'm like, yeah.
One of the staffs is like, "Oh, here, have a Haggy." So she'll light a Haggy and pass it to you, and then relax in the bath.
It was good around here, my friend.
Everything.
All right, I'll take it. It seems pretty good. It seems like it's a good place to be.
We only cater to the best.
I mean, Penteros in general.
It's a nice place. It's a city of opportunity.
Yeah,
People
folks
come
seem
here
happy
from all over.
You know, more or less for a city.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was hard won, but this place used to have some real problems, but the right people made the right decisions at the right time, and well, now this place is unstoppable.
You from around here too?
Not originally. Most folks you'll meet in Pentris aren't from Pentris.
Interesting. I guess that makes sense. It seems like a sort of I'd like cultivate by finding the right people.
Hmm. Well, we hope to make your stay here a memorable one.
Well, you already have.
And she'll take a long drag on that Haggy, and as she does, and you all get a chance to unwind and let out a breath for once in the past month or so, as this place seems to be the lap of luxury, that is where we will call it for the week.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.